But this is a Christmas gig, and I'm not very religious, but when it comes to religions, I think Christianity is the best one. That's not the funny part, but okay. How do I know? Because non-Christians come to Christian countries and talk crap about Christianity, and nothing happens to them. It's just incredible. It doesn't sound right? It doesn't happen the other way around anywhere in the world, right? It's almost as if Christianity is the religion of peace. But we can't say that, obviously, because those other guys have already claimed it. It's a patent pending situation. So this guy goes to the patent office. Hello, I would like to register Islam as the religion of peace. Sir, we've got a monthly promotion this month. So if you patent 5 things simultaneously, there's a big discount. Okay, in that case, I would like to patent driving trucks into Christmas markets, flying planes into skyscrapers, shooting down French cartoonists in their office, shooting down Israeli athletes in the Olympic Village, and Islam as the religion of peace.
Barbara Streisand is the absolute best. She's the best actress in all history.
Have you seen Yentl? Oy vey.
You're entitled to your opinion. Sigmund Freud's theories are outdated.
Oh, yeah? Well then, explain penis envy, especially lately. Why did Mel Brooks have so much money to make all those movies?
I don't know.
By the power of Grayskull.
Oh boy. Yeah, is it bad if you make yourself laugh? At any rate. Howdy ho there, fellow human earthling beings, Kafir, Goy, Gaijin, et al. Hope you're doing well, especially in this crazy world. Yeah, we've got some really cool things that I've been able to do lately. Thank you to the help of those who pitched in, contributed, joined the panel. My old friend Hayden was the most recent one. Yusuf, who you've seen on other channels, came in and He may be doing one or should be doing one again this Saturday, pending rescheduling or something like that. That one will be taking a look at bricks and how it's taken over. A week from now, we'll be doing another watch party. I'll be continuing that for the next couple of weeks until my StreamYard subscription, manual subscription runs out, which I cannot afford to renew. Please contribute, as the say price, cup of coffee if you can, just as one-time deal to help me renew for an entire year. I need to raise a couple $100. I've had a couple contribute so far, low tier, mid tier. I just need about a dozen people. If I can get, anywhere, it's 260 total to renew, and that's at a discounted price. After that, after the 18th, it jumps up to 400 something, which I definitely won't be able to afford. But yeah, if I can raise at least a couple hundred, I'll pitch in for the rest myself. But yeah, anyways, let me share that link again in chat right now. Forgive me, but I feel this is necessary to keep this live streaming going. Definitely the watch parties and the multi-streaming and the quality too. So if you can contribute this one time, share. Either way, please share with others. Those who have some money to burn, help me out for this to contribute. Again, what I'm doing here is unlike what you see anywhere else because of my willingness to be, to put myself out there, put my head on the chopping block, and to be completely forthright, candid, and of course, true. All right. So today we're going to be looking at Sin Takes a Holiday. This is on the back of what, I guess, last week or last time we did The Miracle Man and we got into some discussion. Monday it was St. Patrick's Day, so I wasn't planning on streaming. I did a last minute stream, hence my use of wikis and so on. I just I'm not familiar with St. Patrick's Day, give or take as much as anybody else. So, but I felt compelled to do that to cover some of the topics that I was going to cover today, to lighten the load. And I'm still not going to cover everything today. It's a lot to talk about. I'm just going to mention a couple of things, and then get right into the movie. This is again a movie that's directed by Stein. So on and so forth. Description details are in the link. I usually also have a presentation of, a couple dozen slides, give or take. I don't have that today either. I'm just going to try to keep it as simple and light as possible. I've got a few things to review, to look at after the movie, and we'll do that then. But I don't want to get into too much detail before, or too many things to bog you down with too many things before watching the movie. I do want to continue, though, a couple of things that I didn't get to discuss Monday. And I think that was fortuitous. My friend Hayden showed up. He had some tech issues, why we don't jam microchips into our brains or anywhere else in our bodies. But yeah, that was I was kind of saved by the bell. It kind of saved both of us. I was really putting stuff out there. And I need to be mindful because it's especially me. For some reason, I feel like I'm always racing against the clock. I feel like I'm on borrowed time and that kind of thing. And as you can see, in a couple of weeks, my subscription runs out, so I doubt I'll be able to be live streaming. So, but at any rate, because of that, I tend to misspeak, to not say everything I want to. I forget things all the time. I don't say things the right way. Sometimes I choose the wrong word and therefore misinform you guys accidentally, which is not great. And again, that's why I keep reminding you guys, if you hear me say something that doesn't sound right, please let me know, please, because I do that. I notice I do that pretty much every stream. So yeah, I mean, it's problematic, and because of all this communication issues of, me not being a professional. In fact, right now I'm actually paying to do what I'm doing, even though I'm literally, facing starvation and these things. 2 months behind on my electric bill, like many others are, and this is the tyranny that we're being put under simply because we're Christian. And however that sounds, that's fine. That's just the reality of it. There's some big news about to break, by the way, but one of our beloved Christian apologists. That's all I can really say about it. But it's pretty big and pretty standard. And what I've been saying, I've been going through, and many others have too, especially on YouTube and socialist media, that censorship and that kind of thing. But it goes on to our livelihood, and that's been happening to me. That's why when I had this doctoral research, essentially universities at the doctoral level, especially in theology, they're begging for unique research that contributes to society, which I handed to them on a silver platter. And it was not only that, it was academically sound. It was research that was quantitative in addition to empirical. And therefore, it was a brilliant argument. Many professors were shocked at how tight, how great, how good it was. Despite that, I couldn't continue. Why? Because the theme was talking about Hollywood. And of course, when you talk about Hollywood, full disclosure, you have to talk about the Jews. And no Jews, no news, as what's his name said, Lloyd. Yeah, I mean, so it's a problem. You say anything that's not pro propaganda, pro left / right, same crap, same end. Whether you're communist or you want to be imperial, it's the same demise. So what I say is really do my best to follow Christ. And by that, but for that reason, often I shatter this mass media rhetoric, these constructs that we're forced to follow, forced to mold ourselves in. And it's problematic. At any rate, yeah, because of these things I've been, suffering myself, not only the not being able to complete my education and therefore getting a professional employment, ideally. Even though I have pretty much in essence, I mean, officially one master's, really should have had yet at least one more and that was in the field of education, linguistics education, but the third yet in theology was in the process. But anyways, at any rate, still can't, thousands of applications, still get it properly. I got close a few times, but just basically, yeah, I'm pretty much a free agent teaching language and math online. Can't make enough to pay the bills. And, I've been doing this past month some video editing for someone. I can't say much about that either, but that's fallen through, and I was expecting that. Pretty much the day after he said he was going to give me this employment, all of a sudden he started having all these problems. Anyway, enough of that. But yeah, it's very real. And so, it's bad enough that we have, what do we have? People that are attacking Christians right now. Of course, we have the Satanists, of course. That should go without saying. We have the atheists, who are really Satanists, pretending to be something else. Then we have the libtards, who are really in those first two categories. And Freemasons, who are also in those categories, who spawn the libtards. And then there's, Islam, of course. In these circles, we're very well aware of not only historically what Islam has done to Christians or non-Muslims and themselves, but also current events. For example, slavery continues. It's in their Sharia law. Who else? Buddhists, pagan societies, Africa, the New World, America, those pagan societies, they've slaughtered Christians on sight. The Japanese, the Chinese, the Hindus, the list goes on and on. The communists, Russia. And so again, we're going to take a closer look at BRICS, all these different anti-Christian entities, and how they've infiltrated the West, Hebrew West, and talk about those implications. Again, these are all things that what I share, you can look up for yourself, and I'll be showing you my proofs. So I don't just, look up these conspiracy theories and, hey, you know what, I heard this, and, parrot stuff. On the contrary. But yeah, it's a palpable problem. Even Ben Stein, a Hebrew, maybe Mason, was talking about intelligent design as if we're promoting the almighty architect or Jabulon or what have you. Baphomet. I don't know why he just doesn't say, well, in his case, he's not going to say Jesus Christ, but at least Yahweh, God, something. But no, intelligent design. Anyways, But even he was saying how Christians were being fired just because they're Christian. I witnessed it myself, being a part of a state university that was doing their reaccreditation. They invited me as instructional designer to help them out. And that was quite the experience because I saw behind the scenes just literally how vicious they were being. I mean, malicious. Like you see now it's common behavior, but back then it was under the carpet, hush hush, not as blown out of proportion either. Now it's become a fad, especially through the internet. Now we all want to trigger, we all want to react to videos, and all this shenanigans. But back then it was a bit unheard of. It was extremely strange, and therefore when you talked about it, people were like, "No, you're being delusional." That's a common word. You're delusional. You're not histrionic. You're a narcissist. So not even in our circles. Man, it really. I'll get into that. So yeah. Anyways, so the theme today, Sin Takes the Holidays, the movie we'll be watching. How did we get there? I've been confronted with this grace alone nonsense, this heresy recently, and been jarred into reality. I've been making excuses for these groups that Christian bash. As I was saying, all these groups from Satanist all the way down to Buddhist, we have all these people that are undermining Christianity, that are hating Jesus Christ, and therefore attacking Christians. Like the Holodomor, attacking Christians. And the Jews, I left out the Jews, another group that has historically really ripped and destroyed, decimated Christians. And then, of course, just like the Muslims, they play victim afterward when we finally respond to their evil tyranny. Just like Muslims, just like libtards. They're all the same. Why? Because they're all anti-Christian. There's an absence of God. Sin takes a holiday. With them, they're above and beyond sin. And I'm guilty of that too. I've been guilty of that a lot. My sin is my sin, therefore it's okay. I have good intentions. And so therefore, my sin is different than everyone else's sin. Does that sound familiar? So I'm in a disposition. One thing I failed to do, as you might have noticed, is I failed to be as harmless as a dove, or even as clever as a serpent. I mean, I'm not trying to affront people. Maybe it's my upbringing. I'm not going to blame my parents. Maybe it's the society I live in, because being an asshole, the jackass society was made popular in the 90s, and it gotten just exponentially worse since. I'm an adult. I got to take responsibility for my actions. Easy for me to say, especially as a Christian. Christian is about fixing Christianity. It's about fixing yourself first, right? Isn't it? I mean, if you're, well, for example, you can't be a hypocrite. You can't run around and tell people not to drink when you're a drunkard. That makes no sense. There's a lot of damage that can be done when you try to do things like that, when you're a hypocrite, whether you realize it or not. Never mind intend to, even if you don't realize it. So that's why introspection is important, not because we're trying to be psychotic, evil Buddhists or libtards. Ooh, it's a journey. It's an internal journey. We got to look inside and deep and do an internal voyage and live in our heads. It's not like that. It's about nous. It's about being anchored in Christ and looking at yourself both moralistically, your moral standards, your behaviors, what the libtards in the 20th century scorn at. They don't allow you to consider, acknowledge behavior. Reason for that. Reason, right? It's also about your spiritual well-being. Are you part of God's grace? And that can be measured by your fruits. Now, I've complained a lot lately about my inheritance being stolen, rightfully so. Um, but thank God I had inheritance to begin with, whatever that was worth. But without that inheritance, I wouldn't be, well, this is actually fake background, as you can see, it's not real. But even this background, this is a place where, for a moment, I got to live, but while I was there, I was complaining because it was not up to par. It was not up to my standards as a Westerner coming out of the States. Now, the United States does about, I don't know, 25% of the world's consumption. China is actually about 20% between the two of them. They're close to half the world's consumption, China, United States. So we've got a lot. There's a lot of American decadence, a lot, and you don't realize just how true that is until you're without. For example, across the border, if you're living in Mexico, you go down the Mexican border. It's like hitting a wormhole. It's like boom, whole different reality instantly. And you spend a little time there, even a week, you start to realize just how much we have, how many material things we have in the U.S. Even with all this economic crisis that was put on us in the lockdown, 2020, the reset, we still have a lot. And I think especially if you read some of the church fathers, I'm no expert in that too, but I've been exposed to it enough to know that, yeah, they do talk about the passions. They talk, one of these things is about, this listlessness, about just being spoiled. Let me put it to you like that. Simply put, being spoiled. Even if you're not rich, you can have everything you want or get things when you complain. And you get spoiled, and that's not a good state to be in. I mean, look at the rich and famous who've off themselves, especially through drug overdoses. Their favorite way to go out in this world. It's quite tragic. All these people, not only who like them or love them, they idolize them. Literally. So that's beyond love. That's a whole other thing. All kinds of money. Some end up broke, drug use. It's a rush, buying this, buying that, buying the other. Had a taste of that too, thank God. Yeah, and so all this leads to deviating from God. That's my point. What is sin? Well, definitively, we can look at the Ten Commandments, where grace alone folks don't want to do. Grace alone folks talk about delusional. They're their own God. Yeah, they believe that they know who's going to heaven. They know for themselves they're going to heaven. Their sin is superior than everyone else's, right? So they can sin. Now, they won't admit as much. But when you talk to them in other conversations, if you don't ask them about that directly, that's what they're saying. That's a problem. And it's this westernized deviation from Christianity, or what you call orthodoxy. These ideals of faith alone, and then I'm already saved. I say the magic words and I'm already saved. It's led to these other things that we're seeing in Western society. Am I wrong? The link's available to you. It's pinned. Come, let's talk about it. Like I said, I wasn't planning on doing an entire presentation, going down the list, and I had come up with a way that was not wagging my tongue to talk about the problems, even in these circles, the online cults that are leading us in the wrong direction. Either you're a Zionist or you're a Muslim, for example, that false dichotomy. I mean, it's these kinds of things that are literally not only bringing us to the end of the world, but they are deceiving the faithful and leading us toward idolizing the Antichrist, who by some accounts, early church fathers, is of the tribe of Dan. Hebrew. Technically, regionally, if we're going to go by region, Lebanese, but at least at some point, that's where this tribe of Dan was, Lebanon. Hebrew, nonetheless. When you put that in perspective, we see what's going on now. All these Christians with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of followers, telling people they must be Zionists or they're evil, even though they admit or say themselves that the state of Israel is secular. They applaud the Saudi prince who's secular. Why are Christians pushing secularism, even if it means World War III, the destruction of mankind, the destruction of God's creation? Why are they so passionate Trump supporters, no less? They weren't okay before Trump got voted in, but all of a sudden now they're saved. Oy vey. So sin takes a holiday. They got grace. They got their faith. Faith alone. They know who's going to heaven or hell. They're in the book of life. Even God, they got their own wisdom. You ask them, well, what about the commandments? When Jesus says, keep these commandments, and start citing of the 10 commandments. You ask them that, and they start going on their own orgs, their own cults, theology of this, that, and the other. And then they're allegedly Bible only, but the Bible says this. Oh, no, we're going to make up our own modern theory. We know better than the church fathers who gave us this Bible. We can use this mistranslated Bible. Hey, we're going to tell you. And, I know because I have the special touch with God, and therefore I can trump God's word. I'm Bible only. I have my faith alone. Oh, you bay. Give you lace, Lord have mercy. And so many people fall for this trap. And then what do? Well, Trump's going to save us. Musk is going to save us. The new Trump is Musk, the guy who's jamming microchips in your brains. He's desecrating God's creation, the greatest of God's creation, mankind. The writing's on the wall, people. Am I lying? Am I lying? Again, the link's available to everyone. If I'm lying, come correct me. Titus chapter 1. It's scrolling on the bottom. Come shut my mouth. Or help save others that have fallen into the stupor of these online cults. Or if sin takes a holiday. All we need is the pair of mass media. Lord have mercy. All right. I don't always pray publicly. I'm not the biggest fan of that. That's why I don't do it, just so you'll know. But I feel compelled now to do the Lord's Prayer with you, if you will. So I'm going to say it in Greek. You say it in English. I'll say it with the same intonation. So we should be able to do it in unison. Okay? In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Πάτερ ημών ου εν της ουρανής, αγιστήτω το όνομά σου, ενθέτω η βασιλεία σου, γεννηθήτω το θέλημά σου, ως ουρανών και επί της γης. Τον άρτα των ομών των πίσεων δώσιμον σήμερον. Και άφησιμεν τα οφλήματα ημών, ως και εμείς εφήμεν τους οφλέτους ημών. Και εμείς συνέγγισε ημάς περασμών, αλλά ρίσε ημάς από το πνευματικό. Νόματι Πατρί, και Υιό και Άγιο Πνεύμα, και νυν και ισόν στον όν. Αμήν. All right, let's get to this. And afterwards, after we do the watch party here, again, I'll have some discussion. I'll review some things. Again, it's an open panel, so join whenever you want. Free to do so. 1,000 clicks. Okay, while I'm doing 1,000 clicks today. Yeah, let me do this. Sorry, guys. I should already have that up. All right, let me do this annoying video while I'm bringing my video on stage. Okay. I believe you guys can still hear me. Yep. Let me know if you guys can still hear me. And without further ado, Sin Takes a Holiday, 1930, directed by Stein. Let's see what this is all about. Crazy how that New York looks like that now a little bit. After the World Trade Center was destroyed by the Muslims and arguably Hebrews. At least according to them.
You think it was a machine, and the words he uses. Why, for $30 a week, he expects a Cleopatra, a Mother Hubbard, and a speed record. All rolled into one. Taxi! 39 Riverdale. Taxi!
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Mr. Stanton just asked about you, miss.
Oh, is he up?
Practically, miss.
Hey-ho. Nothing like a good day's sleep, my lad.
Beg pardon, sir?
Oh, I was talking to myself. Oh, good evening, Miss Brenner.
Good evening.
I hope I didn't spoil your evening.
Oh, no. I enjoy coming here. It's lovely. The quiet, I mean.
No. What next?
A letter from Mrs. Henderson Hall. You'll probably remember as Mrs. James. She wants you to get her another divorce.
On what grounds?
She wishes to marry, Count Pesso.
That's the reason, not grounds. Make an appointment.
Yes, sir. This is practically a duplicate. It's from Mrs. Mona Cavanaugh.
Now, what are her grounds?
The same.
What? They both want to marry Conte Paso?
Oh, no, pardon. Her reason is James O'Darrow.
Oh. When will these women realize that reason has nothing to do with getting a divorce? Make an appointment for her.
Yes, sir.
Probably use mental cruelty. Check up and see what grounds we used for her last time.
Yes, sir.
White versus white?
Yes, the case is called for 10 o'clock tomorrow. You've had one postponement.
I'll see it. Good evening, Gaylord. Oh, my lad.
Oh, you don't have to pretend to work hard. We're not clients.
Don't you realize that only very dull people work this time of day?
Or any time of day.
I apologize for boring you with this, but I've just started.
Thank heavens we're here in time to save you from that old devil work.
Oh, I must do some work tonight.
Well,
What do you want us to do? To sharpen pencils for you?
Impossible. Good evening. I hope I'm in the right place.
Well, I don't know. It says it intends to work.
What?
Oh, gentlemen of the jury, a lady is in distress.
Good. That's where most of them belong, only I spell it with an H.
Gentlemen, the lady is young, very lovely to look upon.
Ah, that's different.
Very different. Thank you, gentlemen.
What's her distress?
Her husband will fight her divorce action.
Perhaps he has reasons to.
What difference does that make? The lady shall have her current heart's desire, or I shall have to take down my shingle.
Hello?
Hello. Who is this?
This is Mr. Stanton's secretary.
Is Mr. Richards there, young woman?
I beg your pardon?
This is Mrs. Richards.
Oh, just a moment, please. Mrs. Richards.
I'm not here. You haven't seen me.
I want to speak to my husband at once, do you hear? Now, don't tell me he's not there, because I know...
Oh, I know what she's saying. By heart, I know it. Tell her I'm not here.
I say, or I'll come right up there.
Just a moment, please. Mr. Richards is not here.
Oh, I know very well he is there.
I'm sorry, madam. Mr. Richards is not here. I've not seen him.
I insist on speaking.
Mrs. Richards says.
I know. Don't tell me. Can you imagine her calling me here? I told her I wasn't coming here. I told her 20 times I wasn't coming here.
Have a scene?
No. Brawl.
Well, you fellows would get married.
Well, it's the normal way to live. Finding your way out of the house at night. Everybody should get married once.
Just to find out how really happy you can be. Single. I know, so I don't have to prove it.
You're both wrong. Get a wife such as I have.
You don't see yours once a month.
That's the point, but I'm in no danger. You are.
Oh, I don't think so.
A single man is always in danger. A clever woman could get you most any time she wants. They don't always stay married. Once a single man is named correspondent or even hinted at, well, you know what happens. Me, I'm married already, and a great feeling of security.
Well, Richards here is married. Doesn't seem to have worked out for him.
He has the wrong kind of wife. She's interested in him.
Oh, and yours isn't?
Not in the least. Her life is peopled with flowers and canary birds.
Beautiful, isn't it? But are you sure that's all she's interested in?
Certainly.
I'm afraid you're not too sure.
You haven't any first-hand knowledge, have you?
When I was a little boy, I pulled the braids of the coachman's daughter, and I was severely punished for it. I still like to play with girls.
With or without braids.
But I've learned not to play in my own yard. I might add that I feel the urge to play seriously. I'm sailing for Paris next week.
I hope you have a rotten time.
Thanks, you'd better come along. It's the only life.
What do you do in New York? Hibernate?
I don't get involved. Or have any fun? Then I don't spend much time in New York. And I haven't a worry in the world. Neither have I. Not yet, anyhow. Why, nothing. Unless she happens to want you, which she probably doesn't. But if she did, delicately, with a tuba accompaniment, tell the whole town that you've broken up her home and then walked out on her. That, my innocent young friend, is the new sin, and your luck will have run out. I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about. And besides, it isn't all luck. Modest, isn't he? What do you think, Miss
Brenner.
Miss Brenner?
I'm sure it doesn't make any difference what I think.
But I would like to know.
Well, Mr. Stanton says it isn't all luck that has kept him single. I was just wondering who has the other half of the luck. May I wait in the library?
Oh, certainly. I'm afraid I shan't be able to work until later. I'll have your dinner served in there.
Thank you.
Do you suppose she meant anything by that? Yes. Anything.
Good evening, Martin. There's something about this place that attracts me. Yes, I can understand that. May we stop here a moment?
Certainly, madam. I will announce you to Mr. Stanton.
Please do. Why doesn't Gaylord keep a maid? Criticizing your host? Why not? If the criticism is constructive. Who was that girl we passed in the hallway? I imagine she's his secretary. She has a look anyhow. Comforting to have a plain girl for the darling secretary, isn't it? You know, I think Richards gets his office girls from the Follies Chorus.
Who said that?
Who hasn't said it at one time or another? Hello, darling.
Hello, Mary.
Hello,
Good
sweetie.
evening, beautiful.
Good evening.
I hope so. Isn't anyone going to say hello or something to me?
I'm speechless. Lost in admiration. You never look so well.
I have a special reason, dear.
Come along.
We're coming. Do you approve of me, darling?
Always. And especially tonight. What's the occasion?
Don't be curious about that. Just about me.
I'm curious about everything you do.
That was sweet.
Shall we go in?
Yes, dear. Oh, Gaylord. Who's the girl we passed in the hall?
Girl? Oh, my secretary.
I hoped she was a maid. You should keep one, dear. It would be nice.
Of course. I never thought of it. I'll attend to it tomorrow.
That's a dear.
Gaylord. Oy vey. Why is it always the pretty ones?
The picture, it fell down.
Never mind. I'll attend to it.
Thank you. Oh, I'm not hungry.
You'd better eat. He may keep you late again.
I suppose. The picture,
Yes?
it didn't fall. I knocked it down.
Yes, miss. Your dinner is served.
Eating alone. Yeah, the plague of the 21st century.
Well, if we expect to see only the first act, let's get going.
Oh, let's be very late.
So that you can tramp on everybody's toes?
Don't you love to hear them crunch? Toes, I mean.
No. Come on, let's go.
Oh, I have a runner. Change? No, dear.
Oh.
You're a darling. And I'm terribly happy.
That's all that matters.
Being happy?
Mm-hmm.
I've some news. My husband is filing suit for divorce.
Really?
And you, my angel, are the correspondent. Isn't that exciting?
You mean your husband filing suit for divorce?
Yes, but that's just an incident. The important thing now is you and me, Angel.
So I'm an angel.
Aren't you thrilled?
Oh, thrilled.
Congratulations, dear.
Thanks,
Has he
darling.
actually filed? They're drawing up the papers. Suppose they get ready. Gaylord, you will have to come now.
Oh, I'll join up later.
But it's a celebration. Let him work, dear. Come along.
Come on, girls. We're very late now.
You're an angel. You're going to save me. Heard that all my life.
Cute on his knee when you told him. He's a dear. It's a very neat, Grace. How do you mean, neat? Oh, come, darling. The way you hooked him. Yes, he doesn't get off the line. He's been running around loose too long. I've heard him boast about it. I do hope everything turns out all right, dear. I got the last 3 without any trouble, so don't worry too much.
Perhaps Grace wouldn't like to have you drink so much.
Oh, yes, she would. She'll make his life a beautiful dream until she marries him.
No such thing. Let's drink to the fallen angel.
That isn't me. Well, you had the life of one, now you've fallen. Always pushed.
Say, quit kidding. This may be serious.
Maybe serious. You quit kidding.
Can't you just see Grace on the stand, coyly admitting to the world that she is terribly in love with Gaylord?
Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, you do. With just the exact number of tears explaining how she couldn't resist the dear boy.
And when the trial is over, you'll have to marry her, huh? To whitewash yourself. I'll think of you while I'm away, enjoying myself. There's a way out.
Mm-hmm, but it's a long way off.
I should say he'd be freer there in about 4 years. And Grace never stays married longer than that. Of course, there's the alimony. There's a way out. There always is.
Sure. Shoot yourself.
Get committed to an insane asylum.
I've told you I have the only system. Married freedom. Too bad you didn't follow my advice.
Let him suffer. It'll do him good.
Come along, infant.
Yeah, we're all ready. Who's coming in my car?
I am. See you later, Gaylord.
Have you room for all of us?
Aren't you happy?
Well, how can I be? You going to the theater without me?
Then I'll stay, dear.
Oh, no, I have some work to do.
Don't work too hard. And you be at the Circle Club right after the theater.
Of course.
We'll have fun, darling.
Oh, I know we will. Till 11.
Great.
Coming.
Bye-bye, dear.
Oh.
Oh,
Sorry I'm so late.
well, that's quite all right. You'll find everything here on the desk.
No, thanks. Won't take long. What does this old fool want to fight the divorce for? Man hasn't a chance with a woman like that.
Who? Mrs. White?
Who else? Where are my notes?
Isn't this?
Oh, of course. Drink it. Do you good.
No, thanks.
What's the matter?
There's nothing the matter with me that calls for anything that strong.
No. Expensive? The stockings, I mean.
It depends on what sort you buy.
I better tackle Mrs. White's marital difficulties. Case is open and shut. Notes for the direct examination of Mrs. White. How much do I pay you?
What?
What salary do I pay you?
$35 a week?
As much as it.
$5 more than the last place.
Well, isn't it difficult to live on that sum?
Difficult, perhaps, but I manage.
Do you live at home?
No. I share a furnished apartment with 2 other girls.
Well, how do you manage to clothe yourself on your salary?
Many girls do it on less. Dirty, crowded basements, bargain sales. Make things yourself.
Presents, I suppose.
My Aunt Alice sent me a nightgown Christmas 2 years ago.
Do you intend to get married?
I have no very definite ideas about it.
Well, the men who take... You do have some friends.
I work very hard all day, often at night. My opportunities for meeting nice men are very limited. Sometimes I doubt there are any. And if I were interested in any man I happen to know at the moment, why, I'd hide that interest.
But your future.
It doesn't include a husband.
Good.
What did you say?
I have a proposal to make which may brighten your future a little. Marry me.
What?
I said you could help yourself by marrying me.
You're asking me to marry you?
Just that. You heard how Sheridan manages? Well, I want some of the freedom and security that he has. Now, you'd have more money than you have now, lots of nice clothes, and a chance to travel.
Mostly travel.
Well, I thought perhaps you'd like to travel.
So I would. With my husband.
Oh, but you'd enjoy yourself. You couldn't help it. And you'd have all the lovely things.
That I stood in front of shop windows and wanted.
Exactly. Well?
No, I can't do it. A little while ago, I said I had no definite plans about marriage. Perhaps I should have said no one wanted to marry me.
Oh, don't misunderstand me.
But I've an idea of the sort of marriage I'd like. I've thought about it often.
Oh, but this wouldn't be a real marriage.
It would be all the marriage I'd have. And the marriage I've pictured for myself doesn't start out with my husband putting on a wedding ring with one hand and handing me a railroad ticket with the other.
I've hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought that you'd look upon it as merely a better job. I'm in an awful jam. It would be doing me a great favor.
We can hardly take that into account. It's getting late. Won't you please finish your dictation?
Oh, I can't work tonight. I'll have to try and get another postponement.
Well, then I'll go now. Good night.
Good night. Oh, sleep on it. Perhaps you'll feel differently in the morning.
I don't see how I can.
I've noticed this topic of sin is not a very popular heading for the audiences here. Shame. Everyone wants to get entertained. Maybe I should start showing
That
cats.
guy keep you late again.
Not late.
It's midnight.
Yes, I know, but I've been walking. Walking since 9:30.
Walking? Alone?
Yes, trying to think.
Oh, what's the use?
None. Did a man ever try and seduce you?
Good heavens! Sylvia! What happened? Sylvia, what's happened?
Oh, don't get alarmed. Nothing's happened.
Then what are you talking about?
Something I had this morning that I've lost. My pride. My belief in myself. I knew I was no beauty, but wouldn't it be dreadful to be seduced? Well, I've discovered something infinitely worse. Finding out that nobody wants to.
How did you find out that nobody wants to?
I did.
How?
Stanton asked me to marry him.
Oh,
He's in a jam. Then he took one look at me and said I could travel alone.
well, what's wrong with that?
If you ask me like that, what's wrong with it, I don't know.
Hello there. Bobby. Stanton wants to marry Sylvia. What? Yes, it's on the level.
It isn't a pipe dream. What do you think of that? Gee, I'm glad somebody around here gets a break. Oh, Sylvia, it'll be a thrill just thinking about you. Buying clothes, getting your hair and face fixed so they look like something, and not worrying over the fact that it costs half your make.
But, Bobby,
Isn't he nice? Are you in love with him? How'd it happen? Oh, say something. What's the matter?
I used to think he was awfully nice. He isn't. No, I'm not in love with him. He's even less in love with me. He just happens to need a wife.
What's the matter? Is he going to become a father?
No. He wants to marry me to keep from marrying someone else.
Oh, why can't I meet a guy like that?
He wants you to travel. Live outside of New York, I suppose.
Any strings?
I don't think so.
He's not offering you marriage, dearie. He's offering you heaven.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Stanton. I've been thinking.
So have I. Have you seen this?
Yes, I've seen it.
Well, are you going to help me out?
Well,
I can't see why you'd regret it. Now come. Sit down. We'll draw up a sort of a rough contract. Give us a better idea of what we're about. We can do that.
yes.
The marriage of Gaylord Stanton and Sylvia Brenner is to stand for 1 year as per contract. You see, you're not tying yourself up for life.
Oh, our marriage is to be different from most.
Well, anyway, we won't have to fight our way out of it. That's something.
Indeed it is.
Sylvia Brenner is to receive $5,000 a year, paid in advance, and may live wherever she chooses.
Anywhere?
Why not? Sylvia Brenner will go by the name of Mrs. Gaylord Stanton, and will in no way blemish that name. I know. Go ahead and say it.
It'll look well in the contract.
Well, what do you say? Yes? Anything you want to add?
Well, there's just one thing. It's rather difficult to put in words. But this won't be a real marriage. It'll be, well, it's just a pretense.
I know.
You wouldn't expect, we're to be married in name only.
Oh, not in fact? That's agreeable.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, just at the way you put it. Well, then, everything's settled. Now, let's see. What are my engagements? I'd like to make it today. Would that be all right?
Yes.
I want to get out of town tomorrow. Oh, I should dine at the Lacey's tonight. Well, I can break away early. Suppose I pick you up, say, 10:30 tonight.
Anything you say.
Good.
Well, I'll go now. You don't mind.
No, of course not. Oh, you better call up the agency and get me another secretary.
And stay and show her what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I know a very competent girl who might like the job.
Good. Oh, stop at City Hall and pick up a marriage license. 10:30 tonight.
Do you, Sylvia Brenner, take Gaylord Stanton to be your lawful husband?
I do.
And do you, Gaylord Stanton, take Sylvia Brenner to be your lawful wife?
I do.
The ring, please. Vested with authority, I now pronounce you husband and wife, and I wish you a long and happy married life.
Thank you. Let's go.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry.
Oh, that's all right. Well, what are you going to do now?
Do? Why?
I suggest that you go abroad. Say, to Paris.
Paris?
Hmm.
Is that what you'd like?
Yes.
I'd love to go to Paris. I'm sure I'd be very happy there.
I'll arrange your passage first thing in the morning.
No trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. You just call up my club. They'll attend to it.
Thank you.
Drop me a line sometime. Oh, that contract. Of course, it wouldn't mean anything in a court of law. It's merely our word of honor.
Don't worry. I won't trouble you. Ever.
I hope you'll be very happy in Paris. You're looking for a table?
Yes, please.
This is so charming. I would have loved to have been part of this kind of culture. Guess I'm a bit of an old spirit too. I was a fan of big band music too. I think because of the culture it's associated with mostly.
Would you like to dance?
Why, Mr. Gerard.
Well, this is splendid, really splendid. I didn't know you were on the boat.
Didn't you? Do you remember where you did see me last?
Certainly, at Stanton's.
Well, I'm a little surprised that you do remember.
To forget you would be an unpardonable sin. Shall we dance?
Yes.
Pardon me. Stewart, find out the name of the lady I'm dancing with quickly. Yes, sir. Shall we? Traveling alone?
Yes.
Alone at last.
Pretty noisy tonight, isn't it?
Like to slip away?
Don't think we should.
I do. I have some things to talk over. You know, legal things.
They'll wait.
I don't want them to wait. I'm going to get the divorce.
Well, let's celebrate.
Are you so happy?
Yes. I've something to celebrate myself. My wife sailed for Europe last night.
Well, isn't that grand?
Yes, I thought you'd be glad to know.
What are you talking about?
My wife, she sailed.
Your what?
Yes. She'll be gone for months. Isn't that swell?
Gaylord, are you joking?
About her sailing? Oh, no.
Not her sailing, her. How could you have a wife?
Oh, didn't you know?
Where have you been keeping her?
Oh, she's been in sanitariums and things. She's an invalid.
I don't know what to say.
About wives and husbands and things like that? Well, why talk about them? They're not important.
Oh, no.
Tonight is just you and I, and a barrel of fun, and we're waiting to be tapped.
And perhaps tomorrow a headache.
Well, there's always a headache tablet.
Another bid for the last bottle?
175.
Do I hear 80?
180. 190.
Thank you. Another bid? This is a lucky bottle.
200. 225. 250.
Another bid. Sold to Mr. Durant for 250. That's a lot of money for a bottle of champagne.
Not when I'm assured that you will help me drink it.
Thank you, madame. You are very kind and generous.
He should have thanked you.
What fun would that have been for him?
Fun?
Yes. When he said kind and generous, he was thinking, isn't she lovely? And so the kind and generous was said warmly, as if they were important.
Well, aren't they?
They should be, but few people know other people well enough to find out things like that. You know what I mean?
Indeed I do.
To the lady who has made this a lovely voyage, may it continue after we disembark.
I've no comparison to make, but I've enjoyed it.
Most women wouldn't be content with the sort of honeymoon you're having. Why, I didn't mean to say just that.
How did you discover I was Mrs. Stanton?
I asked the steward. He doesn't know the answers to the other questions.
Too bad. You've asked me millions.
I'm sorry.
And very difficult questions.
I'm very sorry. I shan't ask you any more. Look here. Why are you traveling alone?
Is it so unusual?
That's a question, not an answer. Once you intimated that you expected to be in Europe indefinitely, alone. Yes, I think it is unusual. Certainly, if you were my wife, it couldn't happen, and Stanton isn't any cripple either.
You wouldn't have a wife. Not under any conditions. Think of the precautions you take to ensure your freedom.
Is that your answer to getting married and taking a boat trip alone? To give Stanton some sort of protection.
He believes in married freedom.
And what does that mean exactly to you?
Another question. I don't know the answer to that one myself.
I ain't no thief. I'm an honest hoe. And all my hoes is honest.
Now you're being mysterious.
I don't mean to be. And after all, I am simply a married woman.
So were Helen of Troy and some others.
Why are you going to Paris? I didn't mean to.
Oh, yes, you did. I'm going for one thing. The thing I go for every year. Adventure. And with eyes like yours, you must know there's only one sort of adventure that adds very much to the total of one's pleasant memories.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
I think I will. Where do you intend stopping in Paris?
I don't know. Is there a Martha Washington hotel?
No, I'm afraid not. Let me reserve you rooms at the Crillon. I'm sending a wireless for myself tonight.
Well...
Oh, you'd better. It may be late when we get in, and if you wish, you can change the next day.
All right.
I'd buy that for $1.
Entry? Oh,
Good evening.
Tired?
perhaps. But I'm so excited I can't even notice it.
Are you pleased with your rooms? They look comfortable.
Oh, they are comfortable. And beautiful. They're not for me.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no. You see, I haven't very much money.
But your husband... I know enough about him to know that he can afford them.
I was his secretary.
It isn't what you were, it's what you are.
Well, I'm still more or less an employee of his. He's increased my salary, but not enough for this.
Are you in love with him?
No. Don't ask me any more questions.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You're tired tonight. Tomorrow you'll feel very differently. I know tomorrow you'll spend the whole day in Muddy's shops, beauty parlors, and... Oh, not that you need to, but I know you will. It will give you a feeling of courage, power.
Power.
Will you dine with me tomorrow?
Gladly.
And during the day, what?
You know what. Regardez celle-ci. La série pas adorable. But they're all so expensive.
Oh, oui, madame. Just have them on when you show your husband the view.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, madame.
The stockings are of very superior quality, madame. All right, will you give me 6 pairs, please? Entendu, madame.
Oh, this will make your feet much more interesting. Oh, not that they aren't natural.
Of course. No, I like this one all right. Okay, madame.
Vamos bien. ¿La ropa está en su lugar?
Non, je ne sais pas.
La robe est bien, bien, mademoiselle. Oui, très bien, très bien. Madame, you should put a little more here.
There?
I am doing wonders for you, chérie. Won't your husband be thrilled when he sees you?
My husband is blind.
Well, he can feel.
But wherever are we?
In a nice little villa that I hope you will like.
Little?
Mm-hmm.
Monsieur, votre par-dessus?
Merci. Shall we?
Yes. Oh, isn't it lovely?
I'm glad you like this room. I hope you like the rest, too. I generally live here when I'm in Paris, but this year I've decided not to. I've made other plans.
Too bad. The memories here will miss you, even if you don't miss them.
Oh, I don't mean that they shall be lonely. Won't you live here while you're in Paris?
And become a memory, too?
They're all pleasant memories, and you can become what you choose.
Suppose I should become a An unpleasant memory.
You wouldn't. Not if you're happy here. Sometimes when you're not conscious of anyone looking at you, there's a look in your eyes that is positively sad. I think I know why. But you won't be forever on a honeymoon that might as well be spent in a nunnery.
It hasn't been unhappy, this honeymoon, as you insist upon calling it.
You could be happier, so much happier.
Well, so could most everyone. Oh, I'd love to live in a house like this. I could do without the memories, but this would be too expensive.
How do you know?
Well, wouldn't it?
It costs me nothing to let you live here since I don't want to myself.
Nothing?
Practically nothing. I have to keep it up in any event. Is there any other reason why you shouldn't live here?
There undoubtedly is. But I can't think of it.
I can think of a reason. As I fumble around with all these gadgets, I can think of a reason. Well, she's married, but I mean, this is Hollywood, even though it's 1930. What are they going to promote?
I ain't no thief. I'm an honest hoe. And all my hoes is honest.
Dad. Generation after generation, this kind of messaging, this kind of modeling for society. And then we wonder how we've gotten to where we are. Then Hebrew, some Masonic influence, but Hebrew through and through from the very beginning. All of mass media, all of it. From Hollywood, the TV, the print, the internet, non-stop. And if you include print, we're now going beyond. We're going centuries before. Oy vey. No innuendo there. Oh, let's promote gambling already. Nothing new there either. Let's bail out the casinos, not only during the bailouts, U.S. bailouts of 2008, 2009, but during the lockdown too.
You're bringing me luck.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites bouger.
Don't you play for me?
Pardon, madame. Vous avez la bonté de jouer pour moi, s'il vous plaît? Les jeux sont faits. Rien ne va plus.
Well, here's a sweet scene. Sort of. I mean, after all, she is technically married.
Am I right or am I right? Right.
Yeah, it's quite dizzying.
May I take a picture?
Is this to be sent home?
Surely it is for an American magazine.
Do you mind?
No. On the contrary.
One moment.
Indeed. Very ill. Am I supposed to wait for her to die? Let me tell you, if Durant has her under his wing, she's no invalid, and you know it. Look at that.
I am looking. She looks very well.
Where have I seen her?
What difference does it make?
None. Except I suppose she spends her spare time laughing at me. I'd like to hear her. Just once. Haven't you mooned over that picture long enough? You know what she looks like.
I wonder.
When are you divorcing her?
On what grounds? Surely there's no harm in watching an automobile race, even with Durant.
That's the only thing that isn't grounds, then. Besides, they don't spend all their time looking at automobile races.
Quel che mai ti non viene sopra il mio sen. La dolce mia canzon che vibra di passion strade star quel cor di gel, oh bella mia crudel. E notte di mister, e notte di piacer, vieni mio bello tesor, vieni, vieni, vieni.
Oy vey.
You've never been in better voice.
I'm sure you know why. It takes two to create a love song. You help tonight. The perfume of your hair, the warmth of your eyes, but more important still, the unseen cup that passed between us. I want to drink deeply. I want...
You should really write poetry.
I could. Now.
You seem to know all the words.
Perhaps.
One can never discover you alone. Couldn't we step out for a moment and talk?
Can't we talk here?
I am not at ease here.
Are you sure I'd be at ease there?
Oh, je suis désolé.
Sylvia, dear, before I forget it, won't you come and spend July with us at Biarritz?
Well, I hadn't.
I'll persuade you. I have a pleasant surprise for you. I think.
Good, thank you.
She just asked me to stay with them, Biarritz. I think she'll invite you, too.
She'd better, or I'll cut her heart out. Sylvia, can't we have a moment alone together tonight?
Why?
Don't ask me why.
Well, I don't suppose anyone would notice if we stepped out in the garden a moment.
A little better than a fade? Nah, serious conversation. My bad.
Whatever in the world is the matter? You see me alone most every day.
I know.
Has something happened?
Yes, an important something, or I shouldn't have been so urgent about it. I've thought about it often. But tonight I heard someone say something that crystallized my ideas on the subject. Nearly everybody in that house believes that you and I know that we're having an affair.
My dear. And you're afraid I'll be hurt if I find out? Don't worry. My reputation isn't very important. I'm sorry, of course. But as long as the thought is in other people's minds and not in yours and mine, I shan't be unhappy.
Now you've made it utterly impossible for me to tell you what I came out here to say. And I thought I couldn't wait another minute. You'd better go in. I'll follow after everyone else has left.
All right.
What if this is as good as it gets?
Oh.
I thought you'd forgotten me. The others have been gone a long time.
You know I'd not forgotten you. Sylvia.
Yes?
You know what I've made up my mind to do tonight? Ask you to become my... What do you suppose I think about when I leave here, night after night? I can't pose as one of the Rover boys. I had only one regret about the thing I heard tonight. I regretted the fact that it wasn't true. I may as well be truthful, don't you think?
Yes?
I felt so restless lately, and at times positively useless.
I felt like that sometimes, too. Useless to myself and everyone else. I'm sorry. I can't be different than I am.
Sylvia, will you marry me? I'm in love with you. I have been for a long time. Things can't go on like this. Tell me, dear. Tell me, what do I mean to you?
Oh, what can I say? You've made me very happy. Happier than I've ever been in my life.
I could make you even happier. Don't doubt me.
Oh, it isn't you I doubt. It's myself.
Well, let me worry about that.
That wouldn't be quite fair. Let me be as fine to you as you've been to me. Let me think, and you think too. Perhaps if I go, you'll be very glad you're free.
Oh, Sylvia, don't, please.
You forget, my friend. I know you.
I've changed. Almost as much as you have.
Have I changed so very much?
Only someone who hasn't seen you since you left New York could realize how much. Start getting a divorce tomorrow?
No. I'll start for New York tomorrow. There's someone there I must see.
Can't be Stanton. Sylvia, have you a lover in New York?
One would hardly call him a lover. Though I was terribly in love with him.
Are you now?
I don't know. I must find out. And the only way is to see him once more.
Well, here we are, New York.
Sylvia! Sylvia, how are you? Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Well, what happened to you? You're gorgeous.
That's not a happening, darling. That's an accomplishment. Tell me, are you glad to see me?
Gee, am I? But ought I to call you Sylvia?
Why not?
Well, you're not quite like her.
Don't be too sure. Tell me, how is,
Oh, him? Well, he's all right if you like that type. Shall I tell him you're here? Sylvia. Oh, Mrs. Stanton. She's outside.
Mrs.
Stanton, she's back.
Oh, sure, in.
Go on in. I hope you don't mind my dropping in on you like this.
Mind? I'm tickled to death. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Well, when did you return?
I'd buy that for
Let
$1.
me know. I would have come down to meet you. Well, when did you return?
This morning.
Oh, why didn't you let me know? I would have come down to meet you.
I hardly thought you would.
Oh, come now. I was very busy when you went away. Anyway, it's nice. You're coming to see me the day you arrive.
I have some things I want to see you about.
Good.
I'm thinking of getting married.
What? But you are married. Well, at least your year isn't up yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll wait until the end of my year.
Oh, I didn't mean just that. If you want a divorce, certainly. It's just that, well, I was rather taken by surprise.
Surprise? Surprise that someone's in love with me?
Oh, of course not. It's just that I was sort of counting on... But you're right. Your own happiness is all that should matter to you.
You don't need me for anything else, do you?
I do. Rather badly.
Don't tell me you've developed too much sympathy for another woman whose husband doesn't understand her.
It's the same one.
Mrs. Lawrence, you are being very constant.
And a little ridiculous. She says she's moving into my apartment.
Then you could move out.
Well, it would be very inconvenient. And besides, nobody'd really believe that I'd moved out. And then there'll be a row, and I'll be in a mess again. And if I don't get shot, something worse, I'll have to marry her.
What, again? Do you really want to get rid of her?
I do. Will you help me?
I have to, don't I?
No, you don't have to. And I won't let you unless you say, I want to.
I want to help you.
Well, it'll be very simple. You've just arrived. Move your things into my apartment and take your lawful place beside me.
Just what do you mean by my lawful place beside you?
Well, they'll all be there for dinner tonight, and you shall be there as my adored and adoring wife. And then, after they've gone...
I can return to my hotel.
Surely, if you insist.
There'd be no point in my staying. May I invite someone for dinner?
Certainly.
Reginald Durand, you know him.
Yes, I've heard a great deal about him lately.
No doubt. He does very interesting things. Well, I'll be there by 6. I hope everything works out all right.
It will, when Grace sees how lovely my wife is.
I'm sure.
Particularly if we convince her that we're very much in love.
I'll try very hard to be convincing.
I'll try very
Where did
hard
you stop when you were in Paris?
to be convincing.
Durand loaned me the sweetest little villa you've ever seen.
I haven't seen it.
You must, sometime. We expect to live there.
Why are you marrying Durand?
Is there any reason why I shouldn't? Have you noticed the ring he gave me? Don't you like it?
No. Besides, it hides your wedding ring.
No, I think the poor little wedding ring has always wanted to hide. I think it feels sort of useless.
Don't make a joke of our marriage.
Mr. Stanton, my almost former husband, used to have a sense of humor. What's happened to it?
Please call me Gaylord.
Gaylord?
Thank you. You know, husbands and wives are supposed to know each other's first names. And as for sense of humor, my former secretary, Miss Brenner, wasn't especially gifted.
I think you'd better call me Sylvia.
Sylvia.
And it's really too bad you couldn't have known some of the things I thought. They were quite funny. That's probably Reginald. He's generally early.
You needn't be so obviously glad to see him.
Why not if I am?
Oh, Sylvia. I wish nobody were coming tonight. Just you and I.
Yes?
I'd like to talk to you.
Good evening.
I'd buy that for $1.
Like to talk to you.
Good evening. I hope I'm not too early.
Oh, no. No, indeed.
Glad to see you, Gaylord. I missed you at tea this afternoon. That's what love does to you. It makes you terribly lonely, no matter where you are, if she isn't there.
So I've heard.
I don't think you'd better talk about love to Gaylord. Men so dislike discussing things they don't understand. Will you excuse me a moment?
If she does marry you, I hope she makes you very uncomfortable.
Thanks, but she won't. She's the most gracious, most charming, the best humored.
Yes, I know.
I'm quite sure you don't, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it was nice of her to come all the way back here to settle things fairly.
Huh. You mean just to see you?
Well, put it that way if you want.
Well, she didn't. She returned to New York to see someone that she was once in love with.
She wasn't in love with anyone when she married me.
Are you sure?
Quite.
I don't believe it.
So let me
I'm
tell
not
you.
interested. You're not capable of knowing anything about a girl as decent as Sylvia.
When did you turn angelic? I married Sylvia, and as long... While Grace is here, Sylvia's playing that she's very much in love with me. Now, don't mess it up.
Oh, well, I won't help you any.
Darling, why so solemn?
It's nothing.
And look who's here. Ponce de Leon and the Modern Crusader rolled into one has returned.
Just like old home week.
Quite. Hello, Reggie. When did you get back?
This morning.
And you hurried right up to see Papa.
Yes.
Gaylord, does he know they still print magazines?
Hello, prodigal. Well, Richard, see you back. He's not the main prodigal.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, it's a surprise.
I don't like surprises. Congratulations, dear.
Thank you. And what have you been doing with yourself, Sheridan?
Don't bother him. He's suffering.
With gout?
No, mental cruelty. His wife left him. Oh,
I thought her life was filled with flowers and canary birds.
One of the canaries started to sing.
Too bad, Sheridan, too bad.
yes, I guess you'll have to marry me now.
And a dirty shame. It'll bust up a swell romance.
Darling, what's the matter with you tonight?
Oh, nothing important. Something's happened.
I'm sorry I was late dressing for dinner, darling. Am I forgiven? I only returned this morning. I can't resist kissing him every now and then. But Angel, I don't know some of our guests.
Oh, of course. This is Mrs. Lawrence, Miss Munson, and Mrs. Graham.
How do you do?
Mr. Sheridan,
Yes, I know Mr. Sheridan.
Good to see you again.
And Mr. Richards. How are you? And dear Mrs. Richards. Well, I hope?
Unfortunately.
Hello, Reggie.
You don't have to kiss him.
Are you sure?
You seem to have recovered your health, Mrs. Stanton.
Yes,
I'm sure it's a great relief to Gaylord to know you're quite well again.
It must be.
I told Grace all about your illness, dear.
Oh, I see.
He didn't say just what the trouble was.
I suffered from heart trouble.
Is it curable?
Oh, yes. I had excellent care in Paris.
Well, I think, dear, you could have been taken care of just as well here.
Do you really think so?
Are you staying in New York long, Mrs. Stanton?
I'm not certain.
I needn't ask you, because you'll have to go when she does, if you're to continue to get into all the pictures.
He is bold coming here, don't you think? Either that or just a bit foolish, don't you think? I hadn't thought. Well, you should. You really should. I'd like to choke her, Gaylord. Did you hear what she said to me?
About her health?
Never mind her health. You heard her. Look at her. Well?
Well, what are you trying to tell
Do you
me?
expect me to know a woman like that? You're mad. Is she married to you?
Certainly.
Do you expect me to associate with a married woman who's openly having an affair with...
Now, how do you know?
Whether she's your wife or not is beside the point. What's she grinning about?
Really,
Have you told her you're divorcing her?
I have no grounds.
Don't say that again. You tell her now. I can't stand to see that silly grin another minute. I want her to realize
All
that...
right, all right.
You tell her before dinner.
All right.
Did you hear her? I don't know our guests. Have you ever met such nerve?
And how is dear Mrs. Richards? She spoiled my whole evening.
She hasn't spoiled mine yet.
Well, she will. That's what wives are for, to spoil other people's evenings.
Why did you drag me into this alcove?
Don't you see?
No. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. I pretend to be a loving wife and... Oh, I wish they'd go home and then we could discuss the divorce.
I won't divorce you.
Then I'll divorce you.
Look in the mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Oh, kiss me.
I won't.
Please. You must. Well, look as though you enjoyed it. You promised. Music.
Yes, just to drown out my words, in case I happen to tell you what I really think of you. I just want them to see, not hear.
Oh, they can see all right.
They're scared. My goodness, your face looks funny with her mouth open.
Oh, forget her.
She's why we're here.
Let's talk about ourselves.
That would be interesting.
Did you think about me when you were gone?
No? I never wanted to see you again.
Liar.
Oh, perhaps you're right, but I love to stick you with pins.
I'm glad you're back. Even with Finn. Sylvia, darling.
No, don't say anything. Oh, I wish she'd go home high.
Oh, Grace, what in the world has happened?
sorry.
Why, calm
I'm
yourself.
sorry.
Don't get so excited. Calm yourself now. Don't get so excited. Please.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry. I'm nervous. It was an accident.
Oh, quite all right.
Dinner is served.
Shall we? Could we wait just a minute? I'd like to powder. Certainly. 10 minutes.
Very good, madam.
Will you come with me? Please don't trouble. I know my way about. I have no doubt. But I've moved the powder.
Aren't you overdoing it a little? You know, you're making Sylvia very uncomfortable. She's married to me. She might remember that I'm in love with her.
Oy vey, what the hell's going on?
Does seem changed somehow. I thought you'd notice. Lovely, isn't it? Very. Isn't Gaylord thoughtful? You know, when I came home, we had all sorts of powder and things here just for persons who happened to drop in. Very thoughtful. Do you want there? In a minute. By the way, what did you do with the things you found here? Threw them out. You wouldn't. But I would. We'd better understand each other. Do you know, I thought we did. Are you going to divorce him? No. On the contrary, I've forgiven him. I think we have an excellent chance to be very happy. You've forgiven him. Has he forgiven you? You've been playing around with Durant. I've heard things. I've seen pictures. It isn't improper to be seen in a picture with a gentleman. I'm not ashamed. I don't care. I love him. And I love him, and I can keep you just where you are. You'll never marry him, because I'll never let him divorce me. Never, do you understand? Do you wish powder? I'd like gunpowder. You'd like it, perhaps. But you're not fool enough or courageous enough to use it. I'm leaving. I'll take everyone with me. I'll ruin your triumphant dinner. You know, I was hoping you would. Get my things and take me out of here.
Oh, what's happened?
Plenty. Are you going to take me out of here?
Oh, Sylvia, Grace wants to know if we're
Oh,
taking...
if you do that, I'll... Oh! Mrs. Lawrence, haven't you forgotten something? No. I believe Mrs. Lawrence did forget something. She wished you all to leave with her.
What? Oh.
Not you. After all I've meant to you, if you had one spark of manhood,
What's happened?
None of your business. Oh, you probably coached her.
I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about.
So she's an invalid. Are you coming?
No.
Then you'll never see me again.
Well, I'll try and bear up.
Well, can you imagine?
What's the matter?
Why, Mrs. Stanton said that Grace wanted us to leave with her.
So I do. Mrs. Stanton wishes a nice, quiet evening at home with her husband and her lover. Sap.
This has all the earmarks of a very pleasant evening spent at home with Mrs. Richards. Come on, Dick.
You seem to have accomplished your purpose. Let's get out of here.
Yes, but we haven't had dinner yet.
Plenty of places for that.
I know, but I have some packing to attend to.
Do you want to stay?
A little while. You see, I have some things I must talk over with my husband.
Will it take long?
No, not long. You send Gaylord to me.
What about dinner, madam?
Later.
Oh, you're still here. So are you. We may not be dining for some time. In fact, we may call dinner off entirely.
Indeed.
We hate to inconvenience you, though.
Oh, how thoughtful of you.
There's some really charming restaurants quite nearby.
Yes, so Sylvia said, thank you. When she's put a few things together and told you just what she thinks of you, we'll dine in one of them.
Sylvia,
Yes?
sit down.
No.
I've an awful lot I want to tell you.
I'm not so sure I want to hear.
Sylvia, do you love Durand?
I don't ask you whom you're in love with.
I'm going to tell you anyhow.
Bing! Bing again! Bing!
Bing! It isn't strange at all. It's very true and very real. Why do you doubt me?
I can't help it.
Why? You don't love Durand? Are you in love with anyone?
Yes, I'm in love.
With me?
If I were in love with you, it wouldn't be because you had a new suit.
Oh, Sylvia,
Well, that's what it amounts to, isn't it? You say you love me. How do I know you do? Before I went to Paris, well, certainly you... Were you in love with Grace?
No. No, she with me. Why, love never even entered into it.
It's what you think of as love. No, my dear. There was a time, but... Oh, don't you see? What you think of as love is nothing more or less than, well, an emotional hurdle race. And what do you win?
You're the last hurdle. And as long as I live, you'll be the prize. Will you please tell Mrs. Stanton I couldn't wait? I've a boat for Paris to catch. Something I missed over there last trip.
Beg pardon, sir?
No, nothing, nothing. It's curious how attractive a girl can be on a honeymoon without a husband. I must remember that.
I know I shouldn't trouble you, sir, but
What?
I was wondering about dinner, sir.
Oh, I shouldn't bother them tonight. But they'll need a hearty breakfast.
I'm going to hold you closer than you've ever been held before.
I've never been held close at all. As far as my life is concerned, it's been...
Empty?
Yes. Sometimes I've been very lonely and regretted it. But tonight, I'm glad.
Oy vey. And the crowd goes wild. Yeah. I mean, let's start with the name there of the main character, arguably the main character, Gaylord. Gaylord. Now here's a guy who didn't want to get married to this particular woman. Maybe he was being picky. There was a lot of allusion to his being a playboy. Having all these women lined up, fighting for his favor. The whole comment about him keeping powder in a bathroom for guests that might show up. These kinds of things. But all right. So, of course, directed by Stein, the production. Also, it's been redistributed recently. I got to wonder, again, this is pre-code. Technically, 1930 was when they started the censorship, and actual censorship, not, self-directed as happened later, but it was actually really being implemented mid 1930s. In let's say the heart of the start of their golden age of Hollywood, where talkie started coming about, but also in the late 1930s we started seeing Technicolor movies starting getting employed. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just at the very beginning they had the one scene where she was married, this woman that was the shrew, let's say, and very flirty, but he walks up to her, Gaylord of all people, walks up to her and starts like fingering her stocking. That was pretty risque, especially, just the whole sequence there. Again, this is 1930. This is going into the it girl / flapper era, leaving the Victorian age. So, and we know now, in retrospect, the mass media played a major role in that. But then the rest of the stuff, I don't know if it was the redistributor, the Kino, that did some editing later on, or if it was just edited where every time they would do the innuendo, the sexual innuendo, and then just fade to black. But they did that, what, was it a half dozen to a dozen times? So I found that quite intriguing. Yeah, as I already mentioned, again, my StreamYard's running out, so if you've got a little extra money to burn to help keep these things going, greatly appreciated. I'm only needing, well, it depends, low tier, at least a couple dozen, mid-tier, only a dozen. And I can pay for an annual subscription and keep this thing going for another year. That'd be great. Otherwise, I won't be able to live stream, definitely not multi-stream, or do watch parties. I might just do, again, edit videos 1 to 2 a month, tops, on top of everything else I've been doing. I've been doing this video editing work for about a month now for someone else. He's got some issues. There's major announcements coming up, by the way. keep an eye out for that in our circles here. That's about to get. But anyways, I don't know if I'll even get paid for that, if he'll be able to continue and so on. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm 2 months behind on my electric bill. Doing what I can, folks. What can I say? In addition to that, someone did contribute a while back, repeatedly tried to, again, did the GoFundMe gobbled up the funds, at least some of the funds. I couldn't get access to that. Then she tried through Rumble. They only offer PayPal. I mean, it's been, I don't know, it's been an ongoing process. Called repeatedly. I'm always talking to a Muslim, and they still are withholding my funds from me. I mean, this is typical EU global oppression of Greeks, evidently. So, anyways, but the Patreon so far has not been doing that to me, so that's why I'm using that. So please, if you can, whatever you can, $7, $13, $20, or if you got some, money to throw around, I'm trying. It's a $260 for the year at a discounted rate, allegedly, even though they're jacking up the prices. But yeah, if I can raise a couple $100, and I'll cover the rest myself. I mean, I've been doing that anyway. So yeah, basically paying. Never mind all the hours of putting in and paying to help people, man. Like to free their spirit from all the brainwashing is what I'm doing. I'm fighting for your souls. So if you can keep that going, great. If not, may be blessed. Either way, glory be to God in all things. And I hope and pray that that I'm still in God's grace and that I'm directed to the next thing or the better thing, whatever that may be. So yeah, about the movie, like we said, Sin Takes a Holiday. We saw a lot of behaviors. We saw the Playboy, the broken home. We saw all kinds of premarital stuff going on in every direction. It was quite disgusting, to be frank. And now we can see easily why they titled that Sin Takes a Holiday. At least they were mindful enough to present it in that way, at least with a title. But again, you see this kind of behavior over and over and over and over again. And they know Freudian, Jung, and so on, that this modeling, this, never mind habitual, but relentless modeling, that people are going to imitate it. And they know that scientifically speaking, because they've done all kinds of research on that as well throughout the 20th century. They've really fine-tuned the craft, especially when it comes to the internet. That's a whole other subliminal brainwashing thing that it is illegal, but they do it anyway. And they've been allowed to get away with it, if not empowered. So the best thing to do is to be proactive and unplug. But it doesn't end there. Regardless, you've got to be centered in Christ. You got to keep your noose and kinunia. Take care of each other in addition to that, where all the law hangs on. Okay, so let me go ahead and start doing some share stuff. Now, the first thing was oh yeah, like, let's see here. I don't know if I'm going to let's take a look at it. You know what? Let's take a look at this first thing. What your teacher didn't tell you about Native Americans. And there's a reason that I'm getting into this. Again, if you saw the opening, actually, you know what? Let me show you this first. Let's go to this, and then we'll get into those. This is a little short 17-second. It took me hours to put this together, all day. But it really nails what I wanted to talk about today. We talked about it a little bit on Monday. We talked about it a bit today. We're getting more into it, but not as in-depth as I wanted to. We might cover it a little bit Saturday, maybe not. Again, this Saturday, Yusuf and I are supposed to be doing one, and potentially someone else, an expert on anime manga. And we'll talk about how BRICS is taking over, which currently includes Islam. But yeah, so without further ado, I showed this part of the cold start. Let's take another look at this. Let me know what you think in the comments and the description afterward if you watch later. Let me know what your thoughts are on this little 17-second spoof that I put together.
By the power of Grayskull.
Yeah, I had all kinds of technical glitches too. All of a sudden, my graphics card is dying. The video editing work that I did really wore out this past month. In addition to all the streaming that I do and so on and so forth. So it's already been on its last leg, and that's what those donations were supposed to help me purchase a computer. And I don't want to. I made it public back then too, but I don't want to say. But I thank her tons. Also, the people that previously worked with me, Byron there, and Phil even offered. Actually, Phil gave me some work there for a minute, helping him do some graphics, and we're supposed to do some videos together, but there was a falling out since. But I'm thankful for him. All the partners. Amir offered me money, which I refused. So the only one who didn't help me was the guy who allegedly was supposed to be most helpful. Brance's fool, but what? Maybe blessed. But I learned a lot from him. Actually, talk about a guy who wags his tongue, especially behind the scenes. But I got to say, to his credit, first of all, to his credit, I thank him again for coming on and doing that testimony, which, again, because of tech issues, which I'm going to have to go back to. Like, so that's why I'm not going to do streaming, because the free stuff is just crap. It's just dysfunctional. So, it's just, they give you enough taste to want to make you give money so that you can actually function, is what it is. So, I'd rather do without and just do edited videos. But yeah, he did his testimony talking about Bachi. He didn't go into depth. But enough of his personal testimony there. What he was saying behind the scenes was a bit contrary to that, though, which is a bit disturbing. But he was right about a lot of the things, these circles especially, and it's things that I had observed, but I was making excuses for. But as you see, I'm over that now. At any rate, yeah, he's the only one. Everyone else offered me money, didn't always take it. Even Byron, I was telling him, he gave it to me anyway. Yeah, what's going on there? Pray for these people too. But yeah, the video editing, he's fallen into some serious stuff since he offered me that job literally the day after, like I mentioned earlier. He's trying to be on a comeback, but he's facing some major obstacles. It goes with being Christian, especially these days. We've come full circle when it comes to this pagan anti-Christian behavior. But yeah, this grace alone stuff and these deviations from the true faith, the original Christianity, as it's been preserved to this day, it's been a problem. And again, Monday I talked a bit about the Green Bishop. You should know also the GOA in the United States. It's been appointed a new archbishop outside of its canonical procedure. They're supposed to have a synod to appoint that. But the Green Bishop, who is under the Turkish Ottoman Muslim yoke to this day, thanks to UK and US, instead just said, hey, he's going to be in charge, whether you like it or not. Now, I met the guy. The guy's quite pleasant. He's angelic. He's very nice. But you judge him by his fruits, his behaviors, and you see, especially as he took over as archbishop, the GOA, and you see there's problems there. There's problems all around. Again, with the Green Bishop. We saw during the lockdown, as it dictates. So when you deviate from the faith, including from within, it's been under siege for a while now, for centuries upon centuries upon centuries, from the very beginning, as we read. But also this rebellion against, Catholicism, once again, is also a deviation, hence a schism. But then a deviation from a deviation, how much worse can it get? How much worse can it get? Well, we saw that during the Trump thing. I'm not a Trumper, but this Episcopalian quote-unquote bishop, this she bishop, why did he, if he didn't probably handpick her, but why did he give her that kind of stage, this worldwide stage, a significant stage to begin with? Why? Well, to provoke a reaction. But at any rate, this stuff still has to be said. We still have to fight till the very end. And, I'm literally dying, being starved to death and all that, because I refuse to bend knee to the evil ones. Not that I refuse to bend knee. I submit my will to God as much as I can. And not enough, though. But I do. Not enough. I screwed up a lot there. I'm quite public about that. God have mercy on my soul for that. But I'm doing my best I can here. But yeah, let's take another look. I mean, this whole grace alone, I know who's going to heaven, I'm going to heaven because I'm me attitude. Does it get much more lip than that? Where is the publican and Pharisee? You see your Bible only. Tell me what the parable of the publican and Pharisee means. All right, let's watch again.
By the power of Grayskull.
I've got my Bible. I've got my mistranslated, all kinds of misinterpreted, even added verses lately, especially the digital Bibles, adding lines, verses about a man lying with a man and one will be taken. Slandering the faith that gave you that Bible, the original, actually. But what you have in your hands, or wherever you have it, what that's based off of, I mean, it doesn't get more irrational, more logical than these behaviors. If you ever needed discernment, if you ever needed to be grounded in Christ to keep your noose, it would be now. Especially with all this brainwashing, this conditioning. Us being on the internet 24/7, especially during a lockdown, whether we like it or not, like cyborg zombie goats, being brainwashed whether we like it or not, being told that you can't apply unless you have a cell phone, the mobile www, which equals 666 in Hebrew. Vav, vav, vav. The World Wide Web, the WebNet, the World Wide Web, the Internet, the WebNet. I don't know what else to say, man. I'm doing my best there. But it's a shame that if you have been fighting to any degree, it would be a shame that if you, like you see here, if you get close to God and you allow the evil ones to rip you away near the very end. We're celebrating coming up St. John Damascus. I'm sorry. The ladder of divine ascent, excuse me. At any rate, yeah, I mean, right now, it's a good time. Every day is a good time. Every day you're alive. Every day you take a breath. Every moment you take a breath is a good time to keep your focus, to keep your noose, to be grounded in Christ. But especially now with all this that we have to fight. The eyes are the windows of the soul. We've got all kinds of brainwashing going on, including the right. It's easy to spot the left and they're evil because they're the epitome of the uncreation, the satanic right agenda, the opposite of what is good. But the right have fallen victim to the wolves in sheep's clothing. And a lot of these reformation, these enlightenment, Renaissance abominations has been spawned by evil, by rebellion from Christianity. God have mercy on our souls. They have devastated the West. They've allowed the Zionists, the Jews, the anti-Christians to take over. And they're leading you toward the Antichrist, the tribe of Dan. It's all over their books, their prints, their media. So let's take a look here. Let's look at the proofs. As one person recently put it, receipts. Let me show you the books. And speaking of people who, going in these other seminaries that are spawned out of rebellion, and they come out like learning, they might as well be coming out of Harvard theology, the first seminary in the U.S., by the way. Anyone knows anything about Harvard, it's extremely, quote unquote, liberal. It's extremely Masonic, long story short. So they're coming out like they're learning. Learn what? Learned all the wrong things. Learned the evil things. Anyone can read books.
What? What? What?
It's not enough to have information. You have to be correct. Upright and correct. All right. I keep getting distracted here, but let me go ahead and get this up. What teachers didn't tell you? Put it on stage, 1,000 clicks. While I was doing that, I should have gone and shared this again for whatever it's worth. I'm using their tactics while I'm complaining about it. Actually, I won't do it. All right, here we go. Make it bigger. Closed captions, you guys can read it better. And let's go.
Respect for the natural beauty that was once this country.
American.
Respect for the natural beauty was once this country. This idea that Native American Indians, these pagans, again, even my communist Chinese, and we'll talk about that Saturday as BRICS taking over. Communist Chinese promoting every religion, everything, but you are not allowed to talk about Jesus Christ, Christianity. I do it anyway. I've been struggling financially, but I'll be damned. I'll be damned if I promote evil stuff. But yeah, even they are pushing this nature worship thing. That man is evil. Man is evil. Nature is greater than man. Is that what God said? Is that what God said? Even for you Zionists, is that what God said in the Old Testament?
Are taught that the people who once lived in what we now call America were stewards of the environment. They had
an ancient respect and connection to the land and water.
Disney movies.
I just taught a lesson today. Connected, and they literally use the word connected over and over again. That's what communists do. They drill it the same thing over and over and over again until you pass out. Connected to nature, connected. What do you mean connected? Connected to nature how? Umbilical cord? What do you mean connected? What is this? You have a synergy with nature, not with God, not theosis, but with nature. What is this? Northern California? We part of a Freemason organization now?
Made that their message.
I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name.
What's your spirit animal? Speaking of that Carson fool who has also a dream catcher behind him. Everyone's Native American now. Every rock, what is she, Muslim? The rocks are talking now. They're giving praise. Is she talking about chi energy? Even the rocks have a life force. Is she Buddhist now?
No, I don't think Native American hunters gave names to every rabbit in the woods around them. No, that's not a real thing that happened.
Political science professor Wilfred Riley's new book is Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me.
We've gone into almost this cult-like romanticization of the natives who were great warriors and poets, but who hunted buffalo by driving herds of them off of 100-foot tall cliffs.
Yet government.
Yup. For real. Not to mention Disney. Disney's been doing this since the very beginning, this worship of nature. The very Disney character, Mickey Mouse, a talking mouse. And the list goes on and on and on.
Government guides for teachers say Native Americans lived in harmony with nature. There was love of every form of life. They didn't kill anything they couldn't use.
That's just objectively untrue. That would be no young male warrior, no brave ever killed for sport. We just know that's false.
I heard that. I believed it.
Well, I believed it too because I was 8.
The best-selling book, Lies My Teacher Taught Me.
Yeah, I'm one of mass media's biggest victims. They for the past couple of decades they call me a professional student, even though I can't get my PhD, because I won't bend knee to evil ones. I won't give the blood oath.
Loved by teachers and students alike.
Riley's new book is a response to this hugely popular book. It correctly points out that American textbooks and media portrayed Columbus simply as a hero.
Yeah, and that's a problem. You know, even in these circles, again, I've noticed, but even in the internet in general, especially during lockdown, I noticed pretty much everyone is somehow affiliated with Freemasonry, many of them openly. And the rhetoric now is, oh, that's just a men's club. They're just hanging out. What are you talking about? Again, we talked about mass media, Hollywood. Are you denying how much influence Hollywood has? How about the tons of money? The same people are aware how much money these Masonic organizations make daily, every single day. Money has no power? Are you serious? Never mind all these offices, all those positions of power that they're taking. They have no power? What are you people even talking about anymore? What the hell's going on here?
Hooray for Admiral Columbus!
Textbooks ignored Columbus's brutality and enslavement of Indians. Columbus himself wrote about his slaves, saying, Indians make all our food, extract gold from the mines, and perform all other labors. The book was valid, right? The kids were being taught that Columbus is wonderful.
I don't necessarily think your focus should be white and native atrocities against one another in a 6th grade class.
Today, students are rarely taught that natives also took slaves and considered them objects of wealth.
Including white slaves, and I know libtards don't care about that. Oh, good. I can hear them now. But also each other. They've been doing that for centuries before the white man, the European, got there. That's okay? Oh, that's cultural. Well, that's cultural. Bugger off. It was the Europeans, the Christians, who ended slavery.
Morality of today didn't exist anywhere in the world until about 60 years ago.
White people did murder the natives cruelly. What's the harm in sending a counter message?
You don't need a counter message. No one denies that whites and Native Americans killed each other. Sure, in 1970, in some southern schools, people might have been taught a jingoistic view of American history, but the reverse has been true for 40 years.
He says the old myths don't justify new ones, like the ones spread by today's social media influencers.
We know firsthand how to live in harmony with the natural world.
By the way, the Chinese are claiming that all the natives of the Americas, North and South, are Chinese. Well, if they love nature so much, why don't they just tell the Chinese to pack up? All the Native American Indians from North and South America, Central America, pack up, go back to China. Europeans go to Europe. Africans go to Africa. Problem solved.
World. In fact, we did so since time immemorial.
In reality, natives manipulated their environment to make farming easier. They set big forest fires to clear land.
Giant forest fires. You're burning alive hundreds of thousands of small animals, slower running deer. You're probably killing members of other tribes. You're modifying the environment more bluntly.
U.S.
Uh-oh. What are the libtards? Oh, it's cultural. Suddenly it's okay. Suddenly they're going to make excuses for it.
Government curriculum guides also claimed there was no prejudice, no major wars.
Nonsensical. In the Aztec capital, there were 90-foot towers of human skulls that were brought back from their defeated enemies.
Some tribes even practiced cannibalism.
I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. We watched even the Hollywood movie that talked about it. They glamorized this behavior. Glamorized it. I mean, from the very beginning of Paramount Pictures, The Squaw Man. Remember that one? I mean, it was libtardation galore, broken home galore, emasculation of man. The list goes on. Very first full feature.
Eating enemies they killed.
But still.
And by the way, anybody want to talk about this? Is this a Roman penis too? Is this okay because it's cultural? Kyrie eleison. But yeah, whatever. What can I say?
Still I cannot see if the savage one is me.
Yet the myth of peaceful natives lives on.
You don't know.
You're looking at people
The hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Kirilation.
saying the absolute opposite of reality. When myths persist despite
The absolute opposite of reality. Again, that's scriptural on creation. That's the satanic right agenda. It's no coincidence. Through and through on every level. All of the anti-Christians.
obvious objective reality, that's an indicator of a kind of brain virus among people who want the myth to be real.
Why does the myth of peaceful, harmonious living among Indians versus uniquely evil oppression by Europeans live on?
All this to me is just downstream from Marxism.
Marxism?
Marxism, I agree. It's not all about communism, people. Communism was an instrument. Who created communism? It was the anti-Christians, the Hebrews. Who benefits from communism? It's no coincidence now that the pagan Far East is rebelling from the Hebrew West. They've had enough. I'm not applauding that, but us Christians, as always, are caught in the middle. Unfortunately, some Christians are being deceived either by the Hebrew West or by the pagan East. So many. It's tragic, to say the least.
Well, it is true that at colleges today, the most assigned economist is Karl Marx. Students are taught that Western values are bad. Critical race theory amplifies that.
White Americans have more because of racism.
Critical race theory is communist theory with the rich man replaced by the white man.
Westerners and white people being so evil. Why is it so?
But they're not even saying white anymore. It's European, not Russians. Russians are not white. Oh, yeah, by the way, Orientals don't exist anymore. They're Asian because I guess Indians don't exist, Middle Easterns don't exist, Hebrews don't exist. No, not even Russians. It's just all the dialectics, man. It's just, yeah, unplug people. Even if you're aware that you're being brainwashed, the chances are you're still going to succumb to the conditioning. Unplug for the love of God. And simultaneously, keep your noose. Remain centered on Christ.
So popular.
I think that a lot of rich people don't like their father. There is a lot of dislike for our society among people who are pretty near the leadership class.
I think the people who teach these myths mean well. They want minorities to feel
The mean well. Right. That's the lie we've all been fed. All right. Enough of that. I'm going to share this link in the chat. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, boy. Perfect. Let's get on to what's been going on here with all this deviation from Christ. The implications of, yeah, I believe, yep, I shared that also in chat and Rumble. Let me do that again just to make sure I can't see. Okay, yeah, okay. So that's, link is in chat. You can access it if you want. Here. This check. So this is the problem with the deviation, the retardation of Christianity, all this mass media conditioning, which is infiltrated, which has controlled our brains and therefore corrupted our hearts, has laid siege onto our spirit, our souls, has been undermined, it's compromised. The brain is an organ, people. It's an organ. It can be manipulated, and it has been manipulated for generation after generation. To which end? We're seeing the fruits of that now. Since the Great Reset, 2020, and everyone's talking about 2030, now 2020 was the Great Reset. We were all forced, the Vax Pass, we're all forced on the www, the mobile www, in order to stay alive. And now they're heralding Trump, and they're heralding Musk. Musk? Why are they heralding Musk? Because the internet, the www, is telling them he's your savior. You got to choose the dichotomy, the left or the right. Right? You got to be either for communism or for dictatorship, for an imperial leader, Trump, and his right-hand man, Musk. Lord have mercy. What is wrong with you people? Come on. Wake up. Wake up. Let's listen to the fruits of the West right here.
Let me make one final plea.
Mr. President.
I mean, this nails it. Again, for those of you who missed it, let me play this asset. It's a complete mockery, but it's not. And, this is also addressing the grace alone, just all these deviations of the left that, call themselves Christian, yet they overwrite what Jesus Christ himself says while claiming to be Bible only too. God have mercy on ourselves, man. People buy into this because it's fluffy. Oh, yeah, I want to go to heaven too. You're saying I'm going to heaven? Okay. This is a cult. This is a cult.
By the power of Grayskull.
She has the power. Well, she has her Bible. You have your Bible. You have the power. God speaks through you and only you. Your interpretation of the, let's say, 3 billion different interpretations, it's correct. The other ones are correct too, because they too are grace alone. They said the magic words. They went to the deviated institution. They've got all the answers. I mean, Jesus Christ says, follow the commandments. Oh, but I got grace alone. Don't worry about what Jesus Christ says. I'm Bible only. My focus is on Jesus Christ. But don't worry about what he says. I have the answers. God help us all.
Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have.
She ain't just whistling Dixie. Millions have put their trust on Trump. Only millions? Try billions, lady. Or dyke.
Have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God,
Who's your God? Jabulon? Who's your God? Baphomet? Give it a rest.
ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now.
Mercy? What is that? Trump grace? What do you mean by mercy? Lord have mercy. How does she define mercy to pull a what's a Canadian do? The quack job.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
No kidding. I guess this is a news flash for her. We know that. Christians have been forgiving, not accepting, but forgiving of sodomy in their behaviors, their detrimental behaviors, not only to themselves, but to those around them, for centuries upon centuries. What are you going on about? This chick was wearing red. Talk about insane penis envy, by the way, hypocritically so. Lord have mercy. Hello?
Some who fear for their lives. And the people.
Fear for the lives? You mean like in these recent years where sodomites were being told publicly to pick up their guns and shoot Christians, and they started doing so in public schools, Christian public schools, just for being Christian? Exactly what Christians have done to you, lady. You allege to be a Christian. Obviously you're not. Evidently so. What have they done? What evil have they done? Oh, these Christians did what? You're going to quote, the worst you can bring up is a Spanish Inquisition. The removal of Jews and Hebrews. Why is that? Never mind. Well, let's probably for a future date. If God willing, if the subscription I won't be able to renew that, probably won't at this rate. Again, help me out if you can. Yeah, I'm going to be doing edited videos, and I'll be addressing these things in more detail as I move forward, God willing. But I've got my written projects. I've got trying to stay alive. Got a lot on my plate. Not to mention, I've got my own people attacking me, family members, who want me dead for being Christian. No joke. There's no exaggeration.
The people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms.
Wait a minute. So now she cares about the farmers? Which farmers? The corporate farmers like McDonald's and so on, or the mom and pop farmer who's been under siege for a century now, since the 1920s? Isn't it your people, the left, the not right, the anti-Christians, that are literally now going around attacking people because of the green agenda? The mom and pop, the low-end farmer, the farmer that has his own private farm for himself. Aren't they scared for their lives because of you and your like?
Farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes.
Oh, she said meat packing.
After we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals.
Oh, she's now alluding to the heroes of the 2020 lockdown. Look at that smirk. The duper's delight. Look at the duper's delight, man. God have mercy on the soul of her little cult, her followers. I'm saying her loosely here. No pun intended with loosely even.
They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority.
So she's saying we should break the law. Where was she during the lockdown? Did she have the same attitude during the lockdown too? I wonder. I know not. I already seen pictures of her advertising that she's wearing a muzzle, at least in public. So I know what her attitude was during the lockdown. Trump too, by the way. During the lockdown, he's the one that enforced it under military rule. Remember Mr. Project Warp Speed? He's going to save you. Mr. Project Warp Speed.
Majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and
no, they're literally breaking the law means you're a criminal. Literally. I mean, lie much? Again, look at the duper's delight. She's having a blast up here and putting on this performance at the invitation of Trump and his cronies, no less. Yeah.
our good neighbors. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away.
Look, she's doing her best to not crack up. The sodomites are the worst offenders when it comes to kidnapping children, raping them. This is statistical. Look it up. Look into it yourselves. I want to vomit right now. God, oh, getting nauseous.
And that you help
How much more must I endure? How much more? Let me see in this video at least. We've got 20 seconds. Will I be able to make it?
those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion.
Persecution. Is she talking about the Muslims? Attacking Muslims? Ask David Ahmad, ex-Muslim. Ask our friend Yusuf this Saturday. Show up on Saturday when we're talking about how BRICS is taking over. Ask him about that. We already talked about it last Saturday. We'll get into it.
Compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger.
Look, she can't keep a straight face. She's probably like breaking her arm right now, in her head at least, patting herself on the back. This delivery.
For we were all once strangers in this land.
For we will all want strangers in this land? You mean like Muslims? BRICS taking over much? She's wearing red. I mean, red is a royal color, especially when it comes to Christ. Okay. I wonder how she dons it. All right. I'm going to play it one more time.
By the power of Grayskull. By
She has the Bible. God works through her and only her. Lord have mercy. All right. Let's take a look. Yeah. All right. Actually, it's been a while since. Okay, let me share the link to that horrendous speech if you want to use it for whatever reason. This is for full disclosure. Let's see. Chat. Okay. I'm sharing it in YouTube and in Rumble. Okay. Let's see what the Doobie Brothers have to say.
Y'all got a damn good show. All right, so this trans, whatever, pulled a gun on somebody. I'll be the
But
judge
you
of
need
that.
to try less being like somebody you're not and start to humble yourself and be somebody that God made you to be.
And again, as a film student, I've witnessed a lot in that field. Been part of quite a fair bit too. I got to wonder about whether or not this is a setup. You judge for yourself. Watch this video. See if this is real or not. I hate to put that out there, but from that perspective, I got to question this whole production here.
He didn't make a man to be a woman. He made the man to be a man. He didn't make the woman to be a man. He made the woman to be a woman. And this is the truth. What are you going to do? Come attack me now? I should. Hey, man. It's up to you. If you want to pull that on me, well, God bless you. So you just threatened me with a gun. You just pulled a gun on my face. Man, Lord have mercy on you. This means that you don't even know who you are. Nope, I still love you. Even though you pulled a gun on me, I still love you. I still bless you.
Terrorism much? I mean, she might as well be Muslim. You know, terrorism. But this is what the libtards do too. The Satanists, the militant atheists, the atheists, I should say, really. Even though I add the tag militant because there's some atheists that I do feel sorry for, but the other ones are just pure evil. They're just Satanists pretending to be atheists. It's just really bad. The Hindus, by the way, butcher Christians. Nobody wants to talk about that. You want to talk about Gandhi, how Gandhi saved the world, not Jesus. Buddhists, the most peaceful religion. Hey, oh, kill you, oh, rip your throat out. Peaceful. Hey, yeah. Give me a break, will you? Give me a break for the love of God.
So you understand why it did it? Yeah, it's crazy.
Thank you, sir. See, these are people that, at least to some degree, understand linguistics. They use the three pronouns. Everyone keeps talking about two, the dichotomy. No, sir. Tree. She, he, it. These are its. Get it right. So yeah, this has been the problem for a while, and I'm quite irate because they're being weaponized time and again. This is becoming the new norm, and it's a problem to say the least. The only people on this planet that are saving you are Christians, and they are absolutely under siege. Christianity under siege. What bugs me the most are the wolves in sheep's clothing, especially the deviants. All right, let's share this link in the chat. Rumble 2. Let's move on to the next thing. What is the next thing? I have no idea what I have here. You won't be able to unsee. Oh, torture. The Satanists. Oh, Lord have mercy. Do I really want to share this? All right, let me just go a brief overview here. For those of you not familiar, a couple of decades ago, there was some kids in Tennessee. You're probably automatically conditioned to think, there must be rednecks, there must be black people, hunting down, take me to church, hunting down gay people, no. But I will say this, one of them was part of his church. he was an altar boy or something to that effect, a singer of the choir. I can't remember what exactly. So they were nice, as we say. You know, are they nice? The Muslims are nice. The Buddhists, the Chinese, they're nice. The Indians, they're so nice. Well, he was nice, evidently, because he was part of his church. He fooled them. Meanwhile, what is he doing? Well, look into yourself. But and here's the thing that kills me about the reporting on this behavior. Decades later, now they're going to go back and say, "Oh, they were wrongfully accused." The poor kid spent years in prison, wrongfully accused. There were things that were done in court that they shouldn't have happened. Anyone want to talk about the little boy's testicles in a jar found in the bedroom of one of these evil Satanists? How is that to be misunderstood? How do you misunderstand? Yep. They kidnapped little boys, these teenage Satanists, did all kinds of vile sodomite things to them, butchered them, killed them, and even celebrated it. They were proud of it as far as keeping body parts, sexual organs in a jar in the bedroom. Years later, mass media labels them as misunderstood. Lets them go early. Look into this yourself. We're not going to go into much detail, but that's plenty. I think I've shared plenty about that. It's disgusting. But this has been a standard for some decades now. Yeah, so this is a clip from a TV movie, 1970s, Jesus of Nazareth. I've had a couple people ask me to cover this. One of them was going to do it with me, and then since this appeared, I'm glad because I started doing it, accepting that challenge. And, within the first 30 minutes, I found two major standard Hollywood methodologies in undermining Christianity in this very Christian movie. And I'm sorry, I'm offending people right now, but that's the way it is. And so at that point, I'm glad he disappeared because I didn't want to have to rip into this movie. But, all right, let me make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yes, you can. Let's make it bigger. Let's watch this scene. Again, this is screened through YouTube already, so it's kosher. Okay. I guess I spoke too soon. Surprises me none. All right. Well, all right, give me a moment. While I'm doing that, I know I've got to sign in. YouTube just won't let up, will it? They asked me to sign in to show this. Give me a minute, guys. Let me play this while I'm doing that. My apologies. My apologies on behalf of YouTube and what they put us through. All right, should be okay. Let me refresh.
Keep it level!
Obviously, this is the healing of the paralytic. There were so many people surrounding the house of, was it tax collector? I can't remember. Anyone who was familiar with that verse of the story offhand, please share in the chat or in the description afterward. At any rate, and so yeah, there were so many people they couldn't get close to Christ, and so they lowered him from the roof down to get to reach him. That's what you're seeing here in this sequence.
Wait! What are you doing? Be careful! This is my...
That's Peter. From what I remember from this movie, that was the actor playing Peter.
Property! No! No, you mustn't! Be careful! Watch his hand!
Help me. I've been this way for 20 years. It is the curse of God.
I find it interesting that we just recently watched The Miracle Man, who that actor, and again, also even in the 1919 version of Miracle Man, they both were able to do this little crippled look thing, which I think that acting. I mean, this is really convincing. I'm quite impressed by that.
Punishment for my sins and for my parents' sins.
Okay, and so the sins of the father, this whole Old Testament idea. I'm not getting into theological discourse there, but that's what it's referencing there.
Your sins are forgiven you.
Rabbi, you must not speak so. That's blasphemy. Only God can forgive sins.
So you see again, we see time and again how the Jews renounced and crucified the Messiah, their Messiah, our Messiah, the Messiah.
Which of these is easier? To say your sins are forgiven you, or rise up and walk home? The Son of Man has the power to forgive sins.
And again, and I also shared a miracle in, what you call orthodoxy. A lot of people just foam at the mouth at the idea that miracles exist in the faith. That's disgusting. But yeah, I mean, for those who have not experienced miracles yet still believe, I admire you. And literally the Bible, it's profound when it says that. Blessed are those who believe yet have not seen. When you interact with a miracle, and well, some people interact with a miracle and will not acknowledge it. But when you have God working in your life, it's transformative. And understand these Protestants, they have these miracles that happen and, they get this fervor. But you really got to be careful of not being a flash in the pan, the seed that falls on the stone or, gets burned up by the sun. You got to have good roots. And where are those good roots? What you call orthodoxy, the Christian church, the institution, the organization that gave you the Bible, so to speak, that you allegedly base your belief on. That's where the roots are. You deviate from that, well, the proof is in the pudding.
Rise and walk home.
Something to be learned here for us still suffering from the lockdown implications, I being one of them. I'm always strapped into my desk seat, as you see here, doing some kind of work on this computer, which is really not always good for myself. And I rationalize it by saying it's a sacrifice that I give, but it may be running its course. And there's probably some out there saying, you know what, this is a thing of the past, this healing. Don't buy into that mass media conditioning. Time and again, people talk about being healed. You denounce that? All right. Let's do the next one. This one gets more into theological discourse, but that's all right. Let's get into this.
We respect your achievements, and we understand their importance. But to what extent are you prepared to accept our laws? We hear that you heal the sick on the Sabbath. You want our people not to rest on the Sabbath?
Okay, so there he is. And so our laws, is it your laws? And ironically, and I know that people don't understand this, you can't see all the trees from the middle of the forest, but the grace alone folks have that same spirit, that same will that these scribes are portraying, the same stubbornness. At least the Jews here are grounded in something that is given by God. I know you're saying your Bible is given by God and all that. And the mistranslated Bible that has things taken out of it, things added to it. At any rate, your attitude when someone comes and tries to share the faith with you, you start burning like the seed on the rock in the presence of the sun. You start burning up. That's what that means, a flash in the pan. Seed on the rock. And being offered good roots. He rejected it, just like these Jews are rejecting Christ. Christ is in the faith. You deviate that, you're left with ego. And that's what the problem is.
If one of you had a sheep and it fell into a pit on the Sabbath day, wouldn't you go and get it out? God made the Sabbath for man, not man for the Sabbath. Oh.
See? So yeah, the laws were made for us, but that doesn't mean to ignore them. Yeah, when there's a situation like someone's about to perish, be an adult. Grow up. Use your God-given brain. But that doesn't mean now you ignore the laws because you're above the law. You're above God's law.
We understand that. We understand what you're trying to say. But is it not confusing to the other people? We live by the law. If we accept.
We live by the Bible, at least my understanding of the Bible. And I'm going to tell you what that is. And then you do it or else I'm going to get pissed off. Because it's not a cult that I'm running. No. Let's not call it that.
The law to be ruled by exceptions, then we are lost.
Today, if it hadn't been for the severity that we learned from Moses, we would not have our laws. We'd not even be a people any longer.
But you're not a people any longer. You've deviated from God, and therefore you're no longer the people Israel. The people Israel means the faithful of God. You crucified your God. You've oppressed people all around you. You've deceived them into deviating from God and His law.
But it is the excessive tolerance, the lack of rigidity in your teaching that has made us feel that this is a real danger.
The goal gives me security. It's a guide to my whole way of life. A measure for judging this man is right, this man is wrong.
You should.
That's right. 7 billion opinions, and they're all right. I mean, because they all have their Bibles, arguably speaking.
Not judge. But you, as a son of Israel, know that we were chosen by God of Israel. Not judge. But you should not judge.
And again, this is a Hollywood moment. The Bible is very clear about judging. you must judge. You must judge. I mean, I know it says judge not lest ye be judged. We're talking about hypocrisy there. We're talking about, again, let me give you a story. I'm going to interject this little scene here. And I'm going to share a story that I've been sharing for years now when it comes to being an apologist for Protestantism. And this is the story I've been telling. But I've been disingenuous about it. And I'm going to share today for the first time how I've been disingenuous when I've shared this story with I don't know how many people for I don't know how many years as an apologist for Protestantism. So I was on a city bus. I won't tell you where I was, which city and all that, but I was on a city bus. It was, let's say, fairly late in the evening, 8 p.m. It was dark. And so I was having a bad day. I can't remember what. But I'm sitting in the middle of the bus having a bad day. It's not completely crowded. There's a lot of empty seats, a lot of empty seats. It's not even half full. And the bus stops to the bus stop, and a guy comes on, your typical white man in a suit and all that. And he's got, his face is all red, so he looks like he might even be drunk or something. I don't know. At any rate, he's getting all of a sudden really loud. He's getting on the bus, and he's loud with the bus driver. And now he's walking, he sees someone, he's, hey, how you doing? He's being loud with the first person. Hi, blah, blah, being loud with the second person. And now he's like, oh, I'm going to drop God's name, using God's name in vain because his faith alone. And he doesn't have to worry about God's law. And now he's getting very loud. Look at me. It's all about the ego and me. I'm the way. Not God. I'm the way. Listen to me. I'm like, oh, God. God, please, please intervene and do not send him my way. Sure enough, he was working my way. I'm like, God, I'm praying, please, because I'm going to let this guy have it. Please, please stop him. Thank God he stopped. Right before he got to my seat, he stopped. Glory be to God in all things. So we're both spared in that moment. So now I'm sitting there, still being forced to listen to this guy because you know how they are. It's like the Hollywood trope. Again, the problem here is that Hollywood also uses this. Amongst all these other problems, Hollywood also uses this. So he's going on, being loud, and Jesus, I'm Jesus. Oh, no, I'm not Jesus. The power is through me. I'm going to save you. Like sitting there and doing my best to ignore this stuff because I don't want to lose it. I already had a really bad day. Now I've got to tolerate this jazz. So you're sitting there talking to some guy who will listen to it, some old man in front of me, across the aisle. He's going on and on. Oh, you're a drinker. You got to stop drinking, don't you know? Meanwhile, he's coming on like he's drunk himself. Already. You know how they get when they've been drinking a lot. They're just all flush. Oh, you're going to hell if you don't quit drinking. Going to hell, follow me. I got the magic touch. I'm like, but here's where it gets interesting. Suddenly, I hear that old man, instead of punching him in the face like I would have, going, you're right. I'm like, what? You're right. What did I just hear? And this old man, listen to this guy's going, yeah, you're right, sir. I'm going to quit drinking right now. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's a stop. He gets up. He starts shaking. Thank you, man. I'm going to quit drinking. He kind of staggers off himself, gets off the bus, and he's smiling. Like, did that just really happen? And I was reminded so many times of how these Protestant street preachers have, at least initially, helped so many people. Wow, you know what? I don't really do that, at least, outside of what I'm doing here and outside of my personal interaction with people when they ask me how I feel. Outside of those things, I don't really approach people unsolicited and start yelling at them, telling them how they're going to hell. I don't do that. Maybe I'm in the wrong. What do you guys think? Am I in the wrong for not doing that? Well, for years now, my story ended there. That was the end of it. And I would use that story to say, you know what? God's everywhere. He uses everyone. Protestantism, therefore, is good. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it has its use to some degree. Flash in the pan. It has lacking the roots that we talked about. It's on a stone. It's on Christianity. It's on a stone, but it's in danger of being burned by the sun. What does that mean? We talked about it already. Today, I'm going to share the rest of that story because I'm going to stop being disingenuous from here on out. In case you haven't caught it this past month or so, stop being disingenuous. I've got 2 weeks left in streaming, so good time to do it. I guess better late than never. So this is how the story actually ends. The part I've always left out because I wanted to defend Protestantism and this street preaching hypocrisy. So we go down a couple more stops, and it's now this loud guy, still being somewhat loud, but quiet down because he's done his mission. He's brought one to God. Hope that lasts. Anyone wonder what happened to that man that was drunk, that staggered off? Did he quit drinking? Was his life ever forever changed? God knows. God knows. We don't, though. Do we? Just putting that out there. At any rate, so now this preacher is on the mission. God works through him and him only. He just gets up and he starts looking out the window, again, right in front of me. He's looking in the dark. He's like, bus driver, I'm going to stop here in the next stop. He's looking hard. And then, again, standing right in front of me, he goes, under his breath, oh, his car is there. I better not go. His car is there. I better not go. Again, late at night, going to someone else's house, obviously not his, was planning on going somewhere, kind of last impromptu, it seemed like. And then suddenly sees a guy's car and decides he better not go there. Well, there's a trope about that too, a Hollywood trope, yet another one, that talks about what that might actually mean. What do you guys think it means in the chat, in the description afterward? What does that mean? This part of the story that I've always left out, disingenuously so, because I wanted to be an apologist for Protestantism. What does that mean? What do you think? Yeah. Let me play this again, in case you missed it.
By the power of Grayskull.
I have the Bible. All right, let's watch the rest of this.
But you, as a son of Israel, know that we were chosen by God from all mankind to be the holy nation, and for this he gave us our law, the Torah, which is the law of life. And we have to separate ourselves from the sinner.
Yep. Look at how the actor is nodding to that. Yep, that's it. We're going to push that. We're going to push the state of Israel. This is a 1970s movie, by the way. Yeah. Make sure you mock this behavior. Make sure you parrot it. Yeah, we're modeling here. Yeah, that's true. Let's ignore the Old Testament prophecy of how they will be disenfranchised because of their evil behavior, of their turning their back on God. Let's overlook that. Never mind what Jesus Christ himself says repeatedly in the New Testament about them. Let's ignore that part. What does he say?
And be pure and just.
But who is just in the eyes of the Lord? What is the heart of the law?
Hear, O Israel, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy strength. This is the greatest commandment.
You said well.
I wonder if this movie was made by Grace Alone, folks. Just putting that out there. This is another problem with Hollywood. It's very rare that Christians get involved, at least openly so. But when they do, they often start attacking each other. Catholics attacking Protestants and Protestants attacking Catholics. when the Orthodox are mentioned, it's always a siege on the Orthodox. Always. Always. Regardless of which one of those two groups are doing it. It's always attacking them. And the Mormons, too. The Mormons are really big about attacking Christianity. That Masonic satanic cult. Calling themselves Christian, too, by the way.
You're not far from the kingdom of God, Joseph of Arimathea. But there is another commandment, no less great. You must love your neighbor as yourself.
But who is my neighbor?
Yeah, and you know, this holds true now more than ever before. Talking about since the Great Reset. Faith without works is dead. You grace alone, people. Faith without works is dead.
No! Stop her! You can't come in! This is no place for the likes of you! What's the matter?
You couldn't have picked a better actress to play this little role. I really love this little sequence here. I'll shut up now.
See that woman? Yes. That's horse. Yes, it's her. What is she doing? She's defiling him. This is no place for you, woman. Come, leave quickly.
And that sounds like very much like a lot of Protestants. You're going to hell! This is no place for you. You're going to hell! Yeah. But the Christian church has always had its doors open. Sodomites, whores, you people, you name it. But we try to share a booth with you. You're going to hell, idolater! Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way. Hypocrite. Lord have mercy.
Simon, sit down.
But Rabbi, you know what kind of a woman this is.
Simon, please.
We're getting ready to celebrate Easter. How do you celebrate it? Easter. You people who call us idol worshipers. How do you celebrate Christmas? Your greatest holiday. Really, it's Pascha. But let's go with Christmas. Let's say Christmas is the greatest. What's your symbol of Christmas? You who call us idol worshipers, who's got dung in your eyes, want to take the little speck out of ours. What's your symbol for Easter? What you call Easter, Pascha? What's your symbol for Easter? A rabbit that lays golden. I'm not a golden eggs. That's the rooster. Colored eggs, rainbow colored eggs. Sorry. Lord have mercy. God help us.
Simon.
Did you see what she just did? That's what we do to the icon of Christ. Which icon of Christ am I talking about? But you're going to call us idol worshipers for that. You hypocrites. That's how deviated you've gone from Christ. That you blaspheme the Eucharist, the Holy Spirit. You laugh at it. And those who even do some kind of communion call it a metaphor. Like Muslims, it's a metaphor. That's why we say the doors are doors. Only the believers are allowed to partake. That's why when you go to the Christian church, it takes years before you actually get baptized. You don't get to approach Christ until you're ready. All the fakes get sifted out. All the people who are not genuinely wanting to be close to God get filtered through that process. But the grace alone, all you got to do is the magic words. Like one of the the pinnacle of Christian apology. Say the magic words. Look, I've saved hundreds of thousands of people because I said the magic words and then became Christian. Any follow up on that? Lord. All right. Let's watch the rest of this. I'll try to not pipe up too much here. Got about a minute or so left, minute and a half. 2 minutes.
When I came into your house, you didn't pour water over my feet, or kiss me in greeting, or anoint my head with oil.
The faith has all of these on the regular basis. Lent is the biggest time. Holy Week, the greatest week you'll ever experience. It's tragedy. It's a crime against humanity. Not everyone experiences that. And because of that, you're prejudiced. Literal crime against humanity.
She has washed my feet with her tears, and dried them with her hair, and anointed them. Daughter, your sins, and I know they are many, are forgiven you because of the greatness of your love.
The greatness of your love. Not your faith. It's not a competition of your love, which the Christians show on the regular, and you hate them for it. Instead of participating, instead of repenting, Christ offers repentance. Arguably one of the greatest gifts, if not the greatest, is the allowance to repent for our sin. No, instead you hate your brother. Christ here in this scene calls her daughter. Those who follow me, the same as my mother. Right? So on.
Only God can forgive sins, no good men.
The murmurs. The murmurs. Instead of partaking, instead of following suit, they murmur.
Your faith has saved you. Go and sin no more.
Go and sin no more. It's interesting how a certain crowd wants to always forget and leave out that part. What is sin? What is sin? How do you define sin? I'm asking you, how do you define sin? Well, it's pretty clear if you follow what Jesus tells us. It goes down the list. 10 Commandments. But some of you out there know better than Jesus Christ somehow, while claiming that you only follow him and you got his Bible and you only go by the Bible, which clearly states these things. Acting greater, holier than thou, as they say, the epitome of Lord have mercy. The very basic 101 thing to not do. Christ has over and over again told you, time and again, do not behave that way. Here you are. Am I lying?
Daughter, take this ointment and keep it for my burial. Go in peace.
I guess that makes her an idol worshiper. Graven images. Oh, Lord have mercy. You know, on a personal note, by the way, was I'm telling my sob stories, my personal plight. One of the afflictions I'm suffering from, self-inflicted, is that when I pass, which may be soon, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it, but the way things are going, it looks like that's how things are going to end here. I don't have anyone to bury me. And it's not that I want people to show up and start crying over me while I'm dead. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about avoiding getting burned, cremation. The pauper's burial in the 21st century, worldwide, is burning. That's sacrilege. The faith denounces cremation. I have no one to give me a proper burial. Put me in the ground. Let the worms eat me. Say a prayer over that happens. I have no one. That's what concerns me these days. Not so much that I'll die. Not that looking forward to a painful death, but you got to die some way. But that I have no one to give me a proper burial when I pass. All right. Let's go on. I've got two more, and then I'll spare you guys. Let's see what we got. What's this next thing? Oh, some of you are going to hate me for this one. Okay, and I got another story with this one. Before I share this, let me make sure you guys can see it. Yep, okay. I'm going to share the link to this so you can see it for yourself. My source. I was looking for something randomly and found this. It just so happens that I have a story. It's quite common. But I have a story for this too. So another story. Again, another born-again guy who was pivotal in saving me from myself, bringing me closer to God. The first thing he taught me was I need to forgive myself. First thing. Glory be. Very important, very significant. And then later in life, when I needed him and he needed me, we found each other again. Let's call it miraculously so. At a place neither both of us intentionally avoid. We just happened that day at that very spot in a pretty big city to go and find each other. Anyway, so this guy at that time, a second time, he takes me to this men's group, the men's group, right? You guys know what that is, Protestants. It's a Bible group. And they do different things. They worship. I'm not familiar with these procedures, but they did their whatever, hoot, hot, ha, and I partook. And at the end of that, they did their infomercial. It showed the little video. They wanted to share the miracles with us. And what was this miracle? We're talking about healing. We're talking about grace. We're talking about, I don't know, making a spirit whole again. I don't know. You guys looking at this picture probably don't have an idea. But for me, it is the very same video that I watched that day. This happens to be available online. This is the miracle of gold dust. Have you guys heard of it? Tell me what you think in chat description later. If you have some kind of encounters with this gold dust miracle. What your thoughts are on this. Well, let's watch.
But it wasn't just gold teeth. Gold dust started showing up too. It's basically little flecks of gold that show up on random people or Bibles or whatever.
So I watched this video and I kept an open mind, and that open mind always gets me in trouble. But, I'm there with my very good friend, the born-again Christian, extreme fanatical. Guy's non-denominational to the degree that he goes nowhere. But he had this men's group that he was going for a couple of times, and he wanted to bring me along. And now, in retrospect, I realized he wanted my opinion. By the way, let me just premise. Well, maybe let me just now this come to mind. Let me just say at that time, I saw him being outside of church, and I'm not, again, this might not sound like it, but I'm not the person that's like bringing people to orthodoxy. But because he was outside of a church, suffering alone, which is not wise. I begged them to go to a church and then begged them to at least visit these churches. I took them to an OCA church, Orthodox Church in America. Remember that KKK group? Even then, who were coming to our church and being fascist, extremely prejudiced, saying, stop being Greek. Even then, I was like, okay, well, this is an American guy. Let me take him to the OCA church. At least he won't be alone. At least he'll have some kind of communion with the Christian community. Koinonia. Remember that? The second of greatest two commandments. Remember that? Grace alone, people. Grace alone. Ego much? Alone. Where's the greatest is the second commandments in that? Grace alone, even in the title. It's revelation of the method. Wake up. So I brought him there, and to my surprise, yet again, the guy loved it. Okay, I thought he was going to get pissed off at me, but no, he loved it. And then he asked me to come to my church, the Greek parish. You know, the racist ones. The racist because they're Greek, not because they're doing anything, for the sole reason of they exist as Greeks, as who they are, and therefore they're racist. Sound familiar? CRT? Hypocrisy? Sound familiar? European and the evil Europeans? Sound familiar? So he asked to come to my church. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I don't know about that, man, but all right. Since you're insisting, I'll bring you there too. Love that even better. What the hell? And the guy starts going on his own. To this day, I don't know what happened. I since left that community. I unfortunately lost touch with him. I hope and pray that he's well. Good guy. I love him to death. I won't say his name, but I love him to death. Anyway, so yeah. In retrospect, he took me to this group because he wanted to hear my opinion, but let's watch some more of this and we'll get into that.
Or this guy, Joshua Mills. When he speaks, he literally gets covered in gold dust. An intern told me that when he picked him up from the airport, he didn't have a speck on him. By the time they got to the church, this is what he looked like.
Intern? Did the intern have an ISP? I could be wrong there. But he's got a pinky ring. Just a hunch.
One night at a church service where I was filming, Harold and Kay Beyer, you'll meet them soon.
If it's the same guy's got a wedding band, I may stand corrected. Maybe.
Are called forward to receive prayer. Now, the prayer itself was simply a prayer of blessing. Nothing fancy, just a God loves you and so be blessed kind of thing. While this is happening, they both get knocked out by the power of God.
Knocked out by the power? I'm sorry, I've stopped laughing. I'm thinking about leap of faith and what I witnessed myself when I was young. Watching this like, wow. And this is a lot of the charismatic stuff they're watching, the stuff out of California. Anything good come out of California?
Once they go down, the strangest thing happens. Do you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. Let's watch it again. Should we play it slowly? So notice how they're not going down by themselves. Yeah. Let me see if I can play this slower speed. Sleep timer. Playback. There we go. All right, let's watch slower speed.
Do you see it?
Do you see it? Okay, what are we looking at? I think we're going to see a close-up here in a little bit.
I didn't see it either.
Oh, so let's go back
Until
to
the people around them started pointing. Then I saw it. Right there, right where it hadn't been just 30 seconds earlier, was a pile of gold dust. The whole scene was pretty amazing.
On his crotch.
But also
Does it get any more offensive than that? Explain to me, people. Those, if there's anybody out there who actually believes this right here. What's the lesson to be learned from this? We got an old man with gold on his crotch. I know God works in mysterious ways, for sure. But I got to say, every time in my experience, in those mysterious ways, there was a clear message. We're not just, well, I would say not just one person. That's not true either. Maybe, but sometimes, I don't know often, sometimes others benefit, if not sometimes for the sake of others. So what's the benefit here of Mr. 80-year-old gold crotch? Anyone have any ideas?
Kind of weird, because here we are all witnessing, and it wasn't there a minute ago, and now it is, miracle, but we're also all craning our necks trying to catch a glimpse of a man's, well, you know. Jeff Jansen, who was the speaker that night, said it was a prophetic sign of reproducing. And while that's probably true, I still think it's proof that God's got a killer sense of humor.
Or somebody else. And yeah, reproducing, what, do they have children afterwards?
So let me introduce these two. This is Harold and Kay Beyer, the sweetest Lutheran couple you ever want to meet. For the past 36 years, God's been giving them a gift that they never asked for, but are more than happy to receive.
So they've been at this for decades. This magical miracle of golden crotch. Okay. Interesting. That's a lot of gold dust. They must be filthy rich.
Here's an eyewitness to what happened to them right before I began filming.
They were saying how holy this was. Harold was standing right next to me, and I've been with him before when this happens, and there's like a shift. You just feel this shift in the atmosphere, and it just spontaneously shows up in his hand.
Spontaneously shows up in his hand. Not his crotch.
And it almost tosses him because he's so overcome by the power of God.
So what is it that comes to them, quite literally out of thin air? This. Manna.
Manna. All right. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. I know some of you are watching this like, how can he be so cruel? How can he be blaspheming the Holy Spirit? I've got a reason I'm doing this.
That's right. The same manna God provided the Israelites when they were in the desert for 40 years.
Oh, now we have a connection to the Israelites. Not the faith, not the Christian faith, what you call orthodoxy, which is literally the continuation. Literally. No, not that. Let's rebuke them. Let's call them idol worshippers. I mean, the Jews weren't idol worshippers. They were doing the same thing. No.
It either shows up in Harold's hands or in his Bible, always on the same page. Revelation 2:17. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To him who overcomes, I will give some of the hidden manna.
Yeah, let him hear. You see what's scrolling on the bottom? Beware the gainsayers. Titus 1. Read it for yourselves, please. I beg you.
Now, I never would have believed this if I hadn't seen it happen, but I did see it happen. Twice. And apparently, this stuff has some incredible healing properties of its own. Which makes sense, seeing as it kept the Israelites healthy for 40 years, and this is pretty much all they ate.
All right, so Nabisco crackers is what they got it. So the reason that I'm mocking this, people, is years later, what do I see? I see someone trying to pawn the gold dust, this magic gold dust. That's a miracle. Now, I don't know if this person got it from his crotch or not. I doubt it. But somehow he got the magic gold dust, and he's now going to, well, he's going to now make his fortune because, you know, God's all about being rich. Remember what he said? If you're rich, then you're going to go to heaven and you're blessed. Well, guess what happens at the pawn store? I mean, these experts that they can recognize gold and they can recognize fakes. Can you guess what happened? Did this person make bank, or did he leave the pawn store disillusioned, saying Christianity is a fake, it's a fraud, because of this cult out of California, this charismatic movement, prosperity gospel? I wonder if they're faith alone too. What do you think? There's not much worse than the wolves in sheep's clothing. Again, I have more respect even for Muslims than I do the wolves in sheep's clothing. Even though Muslims too are also to some degree wolves in sheep's clothing, even worse than them are liberals, the Freemason militants. But when these spiritual leaders, these Christian leaders, are running around doing things like this, tearing people from God in the process, Lord have mercy. Okay, so this one's a bit dated, but let's talk about one of our beloved Christian apologists. And yeah, I do give him the business, and rightfully so, for over a year now, because of his extreme Zionism. And in a recent discussion on D. Wood, he got into how actually he was a practicing Jew. No surprise, I was calling him out on that publicly while he was doing it back then. Like, man, And so, but at any rate, he's come to Christianity finally. And again, as I said already, you can see it in him. You can see the glow a month ago when he had this transformation. Now he's waiting for a miracle. I don't know what kind of miracle. Maybe an earthquake. I mean, it's kind of vain, yo. It's kind of vain, but hopefully, he's got the strong enough spiritual guidance. It'll help him, get off that kind of egotistical, ooh, I need the magic gold dust, or otherwise I won't believe in God. Relax, okay? Those kinds of things happen for good reason, not because of vanity. Well, it's got to happen to me. I've got to have the bullets flying around me, hitting the wall behind me, otherwise I won't believe. Come on. All right, but let's listen to what he has to say. Much better than what I'm saying here now. And again, I'm being part of the problem. I hope for good reason. I hope I'm just being, part of the problem here, just adding more fuel to the fire. But I want you guys, those that are in the gray area, and if you're a Western right of any kind, you're already by default in the gray area. But those are even teetering from that, which is quite common, unfortunately. Please investigate an Orthodox parish, not a Catholic one, Orthodox. And I'm saying that with some reservation, because the grass is not always greener, as I discussed in the previous thing, and that's what that was all about. It has its problems too, because it's managed by people that are Arab or Russian or Greek or American, and well, you're not Russian, or you're not Arab, and and these kinds of things. That alone becomes problematic. But the faith worldwide, since the early 20th century, since the Great Depression, has been infiltrated by Freemasons. Maybe earlier than that, I don't know, but certainly around then. So not the entire institution is corrupt. Christianity itself cannot be corrupted. But there's some bad mechanics out there. So use discernment. If you run across someone who is, making excuses for sodomy, for example, who's saying it's okay to abort, cremation's okay, you don't need the law, who's saying some kind of theological things that got your flags up, use discernment. All right.
Saying every day now that I believe in God, and I believe in Jesus, and I believe in sin and forgiveness and the Holy Spirit and so on. So I'm just I'm practicing prayers right now the way maybe they should be done, and waiting for something. And I have been going to church.
And this is an announcement he made on Hunter Tosh's stream a few weeks ago. I can't remember when this is. I'll go ahead and share the link to this one. This is not the original stream, but it might lead you to the right one.
And I will go again this weekend. So I'm getting somewhere.
No, it's already.
Are you doing Lent? I guess because of your wife, you are gently forced to do it because she has to cook.
I am.
Hatu and Tosh really is. Let me be frank. She's starting to disgust me, and I missed this comment before. I'm just now catching it. But I've been noticing this, and I've been warned about her from this gossiper that I told you about earlier. And I'm seeing more and more. Look at the sinister face. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love her to death. But this Christian bashing she just did, this passive-aggressive, disgusting behavior. Yeah. Hide behind your apparatus now. That evil, sinister laugh. Forced to do Lent? Are you driven by ego much, lady? You should hear her take on whether or not coffee is Turkish. Oh, my blood, Turk blood. I'm going to bleed Turkish blood. Blood, Turk. Jesus Christ, Muslim. Relax. Just a joke. Nobody's perfect, man. And this right here, what she's doing right now, this evil Christian bashing, look at how crafty it is. It's not a small problem. She should be ashamed of herself. She needs to shut her mouth. Repent, lady. I love you. Cut the shit, though.
I am doing it almost in my own way, I would say, with different things.
Okay. I didn't invite you to kind of just hammer you with questions on your where you are with your journey.
We can do that because I don't talk about it. I don't want to. I'm not making video about it because I don't know how to exactly address it, and I don't want to make it look like I kind of want to tell everyone everything that is currently happening on my journey here. But I'm happy to talk about it when I'm talking with you, for example.
You are talking with like 406 more people.
Oh wait, I didn't notice that we were live.
Okay then. Why did you go to church at the first place?
Well,
I gotta say, their sense of humor is a lot more charming than my own. I can be quite facetious. Apologies for that.
I spent the last year basically since beginning of October beginning of 2024. I started spending time studying Judaism. Since we went to Israel with David. Since I went to Israel with David, something happened there, and it just really changed me. And this whole hardcore atheist thing died inside me, and something moving happened. And I started exploring Judaism and going that path. And at that same time, my wife, last year sometime, became a Christian after spending like over 10 years or so as an atheist. And she has been going to a church. She invited me several times, and I was like, no, I don't really want to go, and so on. But
again, I got to point out, just like we just had UCF on Saturday, who's hopefully coming in this Saturday. He was talking about a very similar story, how his wife, I mean, originally he was the one that came to Christianity first, but he didn't want to go to a church, ego-driven. Sorry, UCF, I love you, man, but yeah, that was ego-driven. And so, he finally got shamed. It dawned on himself, like, what am I doing here? I'm separating myself from my family because of this ego. And he picked, as we saw in a sequence, from Jesus of Nazareth, a TV series, a movie, whatever, from the 70s. Pick up your bed and walk. He picked himself up, got ready, and walked straight to church instead of being on the www, the 666. Yeah, there's good things on the internet, but it's like picking polished corns of kernel out of turd. Anyway, moving on. Sorry.
I don't know what happened, but I guess on my path somewhere, I did engage in some prayers just to reach out and just to ask for guidance without being very specific about what I'm actually praying for and what kind of prayer I'm doing.
Did you find prayers from somewhere, or you just like kind of did it by yourself? You say the prayers, make them by yourself.
I started out with
She's asking, you know, did you do spontaneous prayer or did you do fixed prayers? This is such an asinine question. Again, I love her to death, but she's being crafty here. She's insinuating that the Orthodox do not have spontaneous prayer. If that is the case, shame on you. That's the most ignorant, asinine assertion you could ever make. Lord have mercy. I hope I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, my apologies 1,000-fold.
Jewish traditional prayers, and then I found Psalm 23, which I really loved, and then I started reading the Psalms and listened to them twice, and started just adopting certain quotes or certain things from within the Psalms.
Just so you know, the canons of the church, there's two canons. There's the law, the canon law, as you call it in the West. And again, I hate to use the label canon law because mass media has really used that to weaponize it against Christianity, as you saw here. Oh, you know, the laws, you're going to follow the law? I got grace alone. My lacus. But yeah, there's also the canon, as in the liturgical canon, where those are pretty much psalms being read during the service. The service is biblical throughout, for those of you who are Bible only, allegedly. Yeah, doy.
And started using them in prayer. And I don't know what happened, but after a while I started getting closer and closer to Christianity. And one day I told my wife, hey, I want to come with you to church. And she was very happy, so I went. And
seriously? All right.
getting closer and closer to Christianity. And one day I told my wife, hey, I want to come with you to church. And she was very happy, so I went. And yeah, that's that.
Okay, and you are planning to go back again this week?
Yes. And I also spoke to the priest at the church. You know, it's an Orthodox church. I spoke to the priest, and I told him about all my questions and my fears and my doubts and all that, and this whole thing that I have. Like, I have too many questions. What if I decide to become part of it or state my faith, and then I change my mind, and so on. And we
come after you, 18. If you get into Jesus, give one foot, and then decided to walk away, we come after you. We hire all Muslims to come after people. You in it or not in it? So you ask if there's death penalty for apostasy.
I'm not afraid of reactions. I'm just I'm more afraid of my own mind.
You want to know what you are ending up into.
Yeah, because I feel like if I decide that I am now part of this, but then something happens and I change my mind about it, I would feel terrible about it. That's how I feel. So I talked to the priest about this, and
they should just side with Muslims and atheists and so on. Say, hey, you know, what about the pushback? Again, maybe I'm reading way too much into this. Could be. I tend to be sometimes too analytical for my own good. But I don't know, man. It's just again, this thing that just recently him and David Wood are doing, just all these passive aggressive comments and all that. Again, it's one thing for those, and that's why I love watching their show. D Wood, I saw him on panels. I was on panels with him, and we had a bit of an exchange on this too. You know, this whole, well, you know, what's the solution? Tradition? Oh, he shut his mouth, thankfully. But obviously, evidently, he's got a problem with the traditional Christian church, the original, the preserved Christian church. And so all this time they've been taking shots at each other that are not real. You know, hey, you know, you do this, hey, you do that. That were untrue. And so they were exaggerated falsities for the sake of a laugh against a couple of good buddies. That's fine. You can endure that. Ha ha ha. Okay, my feet are too big. Ha ha, funny. But now, when the shots are based on theology, on your faith, you're challenging that. All of a sudden, it's not fake. And not only that, but you're attacking someone's core existence. Suddenly, it's not so funny anymore. I'm a little concerned because even though I complain about their extreme Zionism, which is also a problem, they do have a good show. They've done a lot of good things. And I hope that dynamic, their partnership continues for that sake. Because if it's split because of this prejudice, I think that would be tragic. P.S. Yeah, they need to get over the Zionism. Grow up.
The priest said something very funny to me, and he made this comparison. He knows that I have a Turkish background, and he's like of Greek Turkish origin as well. And he said to me,
All right. Wow. But that first reaction was a natural reaction. Again, I'm thinking about that day. I was in chat. I wasn't on panel or anything, but there was other people on panel, and one of them asked her about, they're the ones that asked her about Greek coffee and whether or not it's Turkish. I guess they're picking on her. I guess they know that's a pet peeve of hers. And I had this experience with another Turk before, and I'm like, man, this is the one thing I do appreciate with AP. I mean, he's very real when it comes to the Ottoman oppression. He's apologetic for it. Even current events, Turkish tyranny, he washes his hands of it. Just like I had with Alexander the Great when I was young, bloodthirsty. Hey, I was celebrating bombing Baghdad. FYI, America bombing Baghdad. I was young and dumb. I was a mass media mooney. I was conditioned. I was also celebrating Alexander the Great. As an adult, when I learned about the realities of war, I even denounced Alexander the Great, if you want to believe that or not. So you can appreciate that. But then there's something else going on over here on the left with this chick, which I admire and love to death. But she needs to check that ego. Yeah.
To me, look, when you come to the church and experience everything here, what you're doing is you're getting a little whiff, a little smell of a kebab. And when you join and start learning, then you get in line to get one of those kebabs. While you're in line, you can talk to me and you can have your questions and you can still decide if you actually want to get it or not in the end. So I thought, you know what, that sounds very funny that you put it like that. And actually it also makes sense. And I asked him and said, with everything that I just told you, if I asked you whether I should now become a catechumen and learn from you or not, should I do it? And he said, I think you should. So I said, okay, I will. And he said, then I'm expecting you next weekend, he said. So I'm now officially becoming part of officially learning the ways of Orthodox Christianity.
Class.
I'm starting it this weekend, yeah.
Okay.
I know this actually officially means that I'm officially starting to become part of or learning to become part of it. And this sounds like it should be like big news or something.
Did you hear the tension in his voice when he made it? I'm starting to learn. It's like, the anxiety, because this is not a small thing. Especially a guy, again, ex-Muslim. Islam has taken Christianity, the original Christian preserved church, and has desecrated it. So a lot of the things that he's seeing is triggering these things. Okay, that's what mass media does, by the way. Same difference. Also pagan, also satanic. They embed these schemas in people's heads. And so that when they see something else that's real, they have the wrong, negative, opposite schema, and they perceive things in the wrong way, just as we see with the liberals, the easiest example. So this is a really big challenge for him, but he's still at it. God bless him for that, especially with all the pushback he's getting by his peers. He's still at it. And I admire that about him.
But yeah, this is what's happening.
You take the course, you bring up your questions, they answer your objections. At the end, I'm sure you are very much aware of it. God of Bible is very different from the God of Islam or from godless people's God. God is not rapist. He doesn't force himself on anyone.
Okay, so that's again a passive aggressive attack on what she's as a retard, and I'm getting really annoyed with her now. You forgive me, but as someone, she's now conflating Catholicism with orthodoxy, as someone who forces himself. Okay, and I know she mentioned Islam, but now she's comparing again, messing with this guy as a Turk, conflating Islam with orthodoxy. She knows what kind of psychological implications that has. This was not my intention showing this video. It was actually, this was supposed to be a good news kind of thing. But I'm watching this now in perspective. And I can see all these things that I didn't notice before. This might be the second time I'm watching it in full, at least. So, and I watched it a while back. I don't know, it was a few weeks ago when this came out. So,
You choose to love him, you choose to respond to his love, or you choose to walk away. So, when you walk away, you are making your way. When you are choosing to respond to his love, you are making your way. So there is no one is forcing you. And it's not like I can put my feet, little bit of it, and then push back little bit. Once you see, you talked about how you are, you were amazed by Psalm 23, and you are reading Psalm 51 now. Like,
another good one.
Once you dig into scripture, you get to see his beauty, his truthfulness, and it is something kind of puts you on your knees. Your pride is like you want to dig into somewhere and you pretend it was never there. It destroys all your pride. It destroys all of you because the King of Kings, logic of cosmos, becomes your boss, and it's very, very humbling. And you say, well, I don't like what I am seeing. This might be very beautiful, but it is not for me. I am going to go away. Then no one is going to come after you with knives or with guns, because love is given freely.
Yeah. I
what is she setting up here for? And look at the little smirk. What is she setting up here for? So like putting in his head, well, you're gonna walk away. You're free to walk away. Why she keeps pushing that over and over and over again? And she mentioned humility. All right, let's see what he says.
I spent the last year or so exploring the different ways of being a Christian, and I visited different places. I've always had kind of my sympathy for the Catholic Church. I've always had lots of love and respect for the Catholic Church and Catholic practices, and I started picking up like the Rosary and things like that, and just doing them. And it made me feel very.
Look at her; she's dying on the inside. This is actually, at this point, watching her reaction is actually a little entertaining. I can't lie. These people, man. Get a hold of you. As she would say, Mrs. Protestant, get yourself together. Get yourself together and come back. Yeah, get yourself together, lady. Lord have mercy. All right, I'm sorry. Let's continue.
Very, it felt very humbling and very good. And then I started also visiting Orthodoxy, and I feel like I want to be part of it, and I want to. The funny thing is, it was kind of the last thing that appealed to me out of everything that I saw. But now I feel like I just want to pursue it. I want to go there because I feel like I feel embraced and I feel at home. Like when I was trying out Jewish practices, for example, I felt
embraced. Quite the opposite of what you hear from OCA, KKK members about the Greek Orthodox Church, for example. I don't know if he's going to a Greek parish or not. He did say, actually mentioned, I was expecting him to go like to the Antiochian one, which is my personal favorite. But I don't know. He did mention a Greek priest, a Greek Turkish priest. So maybe he is. I don't know. Or maybe an Antiochian one. Still being. But I just wanted to touch on this, this welcoming thing. It's not just a community. It's the faith. It's the worship. It's not about, oh, look, I found the magic gold dust. Oh, pow, you're healed. Oh, please don't hit me. Okay, I'm healed. Please don't hit me again. It's not like that. We're talking about grace of God that's palpable when you go and become part of the koinonia. That's what he's trying to put in words. And he's just now just encountering for the first time. And you just look at how overwhelmed he is. Think about that.
Felt like I'm just pretending to be something. Like I didn't feel.
And now he's referencing when he was for a year practicing Judaism. Woe unto those who try to be Jewish and are not. And I put that in his chat over and over again. Tag them on it. Stop it. Thank God. But I understand. He went to Jerusalem. This happens when people go to a holy place where, by the way, the Holy Sepulchre is at, under control by Turks, thanks to the Jews, Islamic Turks. Both of these two people are Turks, by the way. You can see the contrast there. You go to a whole place, you get transformed time and again. Same thing with the Holy Mountain in Greece. You get all kinds of people, including Muslims, go there, they get transformed. It's not all about words. Faith without works is dead. It's about the walk. It's about how you live.
I didn't feel anything at all. But ever since I started with my first prayer in line with Christian thinking and faith, I started feeling like I'm going through a transformation. I'm actually changing. I'm learning humility. I'm letting go of years of arrogance and hate and anger. And it's, I don't know, there's something great about it. There's something awesome about it. I'm still not entirely sure where I will end up eventually, but maybe I just need to stop being so arrogant and so careful and skeptical, and just go the way when I feel like the way is calling out to me. And that's what I'm doing right now. I think I'm going to soon just explicitly say that I'm a Christian, because that's where I am. I pray every day. I woke up today and I prayed. I don't know. I feel like it's doing lots of good things, and this is where I am right now.
These are the fruits of Orthodox, of the Christian faith. You know, I mean, we can all see him yearning for it for some time now. So I'm just happy that he's there. It's despite what I'm saying now. Again, I'm reacting to some of the vileness, some of the craftiness, some of the wolves sheep's clothing stuff that's going on. I could be wrong about that. If I am, forgive me. I'll apologize in the future date if that should be true. Same thing with my assumption with Dave Wood and AP. They're dynamic. You know, I don't mean to be wagging my tongue. I'm trying to get ahead of the game for the sake of, well, your salvation. If that happened, I want you to recognize why that happened. So many times in my life, these past couple of decades in particular, there was something that I saw coming, and I was scared to speak up. And so that's why I'm wagging my tongue. I'm trying to speak up that I see something that might be coming. I hope I'm wrong. Glory be to God. If I am, I'll more than welcome that, because again, as much, despite my being critical of it, I'm critical of the show for that specific reason, the Zionism, which leads people away from God. They got to stop that. Lord have mercy. Anyway, no. Let's just watch a little bit more of this, and we'll move on. We'll call it a night. Or not. Maybe we're saved by the queue here. While this commercial is playing, let's share this again.
By the power of Grayskull.
Bible talks about for someone to have eternal life, they must believe Jesus is the Son of God and He's the Messiah, His identity and His work. That's how we are offered eternal life. And I was going to say, oh, you are talking about being humble and humility. Just, I am writing a book on how to be humble in 10 steps and how I got there with first step. So should help everyone to be very humble.
I don't think anybody can. I don't think anybody can be as humble as me, to be honest. No.
I was thinking that I am the most humble person, and I'm very proud to be most humble person. But
you can't be, because I'm the most humble person. So
once you get to the step of being child of God, we can have contests to see who is the most humble one.
Yeah, again, another passive aggressive shot, and I'm sure she's looking forward to that. Look at that look. He finds it amusing. She's on a mission. Lord have mercy. God have mercy on her soul. Yeah, I hope she snaps out of this disgusting behavior. All right. God bless them in their work. Pray for them too, for obvious reasons. Pray for me too, for obvious reasons. I'm gonna call that a wrap here. Again, yeah, the link was in the chat to come up. I'll give it a few more moments. I don't think I have anything else. Let me double check to make sure. I mean, I had a lot to cover today. I pretty much covered everything that I wanted to. Covered the video clips from Jesus Nazareth. This. Yeah, I shared everything in chat. Y'all can check out for yourselves. Again, doing another watch party Wednesday. I'm not sure what it's going to be. It is going to be theology related, Christian related. I've got a few ideas already. I usually put up an option for you guys to choose. I'm going to, since I only have a couple of weeks left in the subscription, unless you guys help me out. By the way, let me put that in the chat if I haven't alienated everyone already by now. Yeah, I'm just trying to raise a couple $100 so I can renew my annual subscription via Patreon for StreamYard, so I can keep these multi-streaming watch parties things going, the quality of streaming in general. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to stop streaming altogether because it was really problematic before I joined up with StreamYard. And that's not going to get better, especially since my computer, its graphics card, it's just further deteriorated a year later. So I might just do some edited videos until, I don't know what, we'll see. Anyway, so that's in the chat for the Patreon. Please, I don't know, $7 or more if you can. Share the Patreon with others if they have money to burn to help me out, keep this going. I greatly appreciate it. Again, I feel this is my ministry, my way of tithing, my way of giving back for all the blessings I've had in my life. Yeah, what else? I feel like I'm forgetting. I mean, I'm always forgetting something, but I don't know. I had a lot of other stuff to share today. I'm going to save that for next week. Again, Saturday, around the same time, this time that this stream started. But on Saturday, Yusuf will be back. We'll be talking about BRICS and Islam again, and how that's taken over the world, especially the West, because that's what the ultimate goal was. Rome, Greece, the West. So, yeah, and then again Wednesday, I'll try to do. Since my subscription is running out in a couple of weeks, God willing it doesn't, because I'm really building up some momentum here. But, maybe blessed. If not, I'll be spared. I invest a lot of myself into this, including, as you can see, my patience is running thin. Right now it's Lent. It's better that I, for example, today there was a service that I didn't go to because I was preparing for this stream. So, yeah, there's other things I could be doing that are better for me personally. But I'm willing, more than willing to sacrifice these things for the greater good, as they say. Forgive me for being vain. Just full disclosure. Yeah, I think that's it. Just for kicks. Again, what do you guys think of this? This grace alone stuff. Good, bad. I mean, again, it's got its uses to some degree. But I was even an apologist for Mormonism, using that same rationale. And it was the Grace Alone guy who got me to wake up about these things, Protestantism in general. It was his kick in the mouth that was like, oh, wow, okay. Even this good friend of mine who's helped me out is displaying here in this behavior how problematic this is. Wake up, Nick. Stop apologizing for this.
By the power of Grayskull.
We will face
I shouldn't be up here.
this for the first time ever anywhere.
And very evidently so.
How dare you?
Weird. I'm so sorry to my world. I'm so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.